Oh, welcome back to the Wild on Man's Beast. Today we're back with Kinkoi. Time to get more mad at Sylvie's-Route. I felt dread over the course of the entire fucking day because I knew I had to get back to this. Also, I found out, hold on, let me just... Look at that. Look at that. Don't look good. Don't look good at all. Some kind of inflammation or something. Not nice at all. Anyways, fuck off, Sylvie. Hi.
どうかした?
Nah, not really. Sylvie wasn't acting any differently from yesterday. Which should mean nothing noteworthy happened, right? Well, yeah, obviously. No matter how many self-proclaimed fiancés came forward, that didn't mean Sylvie had feelings for him. Sylvie loved Soma, which put him at the top of her list of prospective partners. Sad to say, even though self-proclaimed fiancés ranked higher than I did. Sure had a long ways to go.
ねえ、ほら、あさっての約束、覚えてる?
Oh, on Wednesday. I guess she had said something about having dinner together again, yes. Wednesday.
絶対来て、絶対よ。すっごいサプライズがあるんだから。
You know what, I'm immediately going to put a break on this. I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. Boy, I regret that. I'm back. Sure. Sylvie was more excited than I'd ever seen her before. By the way, what's the surprise?
あのね、二つの意味で合わせたい人が。ほら、今はまだダメ。
She's so excited she nearly let it slip.
絶対驚くんだから、水曜日を待ってて。
Okay, okay. So who is it?
私とオーロが大好きで、しかも私たちにとっては、こら
Sorry.
相変わらず仲いいね、二人とも。
Here came another one.
ああ、レーナ、おはよう。おはよう。あのさ、シルビー。一つ聞いていい?
Hannah was mindfully shooting me looks for here and there for whatever reason. She was acting apologetic not to Sylvie, but to me when...
なんかネットニュースに出てるんだけど、龍蔵寺のお坊ちゃんと正式に婚約したってマジ?
Okay, at least it's At least it's not no official like, yes, do that, but instead of just, let's put that up there, and they're not gonna want to like cause controversy, and that's why they say yes. That's not gonna happen. What? She showed us a page from a news site on her phone.
あら、昨日の。
The photo of Sylvie was sitting in an elegant-looking garden and having a leisurely chat with a man. Japanese clothes really suit you.
ありがとう。
So, is this for real?
ご飯を一緒したのは確かだけど、どうしてこれで結婚秒読みになるのかしら。
どうなっているボラルコーチェン。
うまい具合に外堀を埋められておりますな。心眼のどうでもいい話題を小出しに提供し、民衆を味方につけていく方法です。龍蔵寺という男、案外政治家に向いておるやもしれません。
シルビー様は我が国の中心におられるお方だ。日本の、しかも一個人の広告塔にされるなど許されることではないのだぞ。
しかしあの歌姫が龍蔵寺の手にある以上、好きにさせておくしかありませんな。あちらもギリギリ姫様が嫌悪感を持たない歌姫と天秤にかければおとなしくする方を取ってくるはず。こちらができることはございません。
食えん男だ。
現時点では何もできませんな。
まあいいんじゃないかしら。噂なんてどこからでも上がるものよ。冷静だね。国にいた頃はもっと無茶な噂を流されたものよ。私はイロエと婚約してるとか。
Haha! I'd made the same mistake. I'd put it that way. When she put it that way, because there was no use complaining about these rumors. All he could do was ignore them. Even if it kind of felt like it was beginning to eat away at me.
それよりそうだ、レイナ。レイナも水曜日、時間空いてないかしら。何たん？すごい人に会えるのよ。ねえ、オーラ。
Apparently, not that I've got any clue who. She's been hyped up about it for ages now.
まあ、暇たんは暇たんだけど。お夕飯も出るわ。行きます。次はオーロが食ったっていうフランス料理で。やった楽しみだわ。私、こんなに楽しみなのは、オーロが転校してくるって決まった日以来で。
Huh? My phone rang. Hello? Chica. Need something? Oh, yes. I told you I'd pop in to see my parents. An old friend? No, listen here. I told you!
どったシルビー？いえ。ちえかちゃんだっけ？オーロの友達、幼馴染？いやね、私よりずっと前から、ずっと長くそばにいる。
Somebody jelly.
まあそうなるね。レイナは会ったのよね。どんな子だった？まあ可愛い子ではあったよ。そう。何？気にしてるん？そうね。あの子と話してる時だけ、オーロ、私には絶対見せてくれない顔になるから、めんどくさそうで、ちょっと困った感じで。
Background was messing up again.
でも、話せて嬉しいっていう、優しい顔。はいはい、もうわかった、行くから。
お願いしますよ。龍造寺から直通での依頼なんです。前みたいにすっぽかされると本気で困りますよ。
わかったってうっせえな。水曜ね。了解。やれやれ。限界か。
What couldn't?
別に。
Was after school, and unusually enough, I found Ria talking on the phone when I headed up to our usual spot on the roof.
こっちはどうでもいいんだよ。それよりそっち、シルビーとはどうなった？
Nothing much. I learned this past weekend that my biggest rival, Hiroe, wasn't someone Sylvie considered a romantic interest. With that said, a new rival had reared its ugly head. Sylvie and I hadn't made any forward progress. We just had a meal together and that was it. If anything, we made progress. We made plans to have dinner together again.
へえ。
It's supposed to be on Wednesday. She insists we go to her place together. I wonder what's going on. Ria's just like, oh fuck. Ria went wide-eyed for some reason.
いや、水曜か。あんにゃろ、一回の接点で畳みかけてきやがるな。
Huh?
なんでもない。シルビア姫様はチャンスと見るや決め打ちで仕掛けてくるタイプだな。ゴールデンタイムを逃さない。憧れるわ、ああいうとこ。
Huh? What the hell was she going on about?
俺も覚悟決めるか。
She shrugged her shoulders in a resigned fashion. Then Ria climbed up on the water tank and waited for sunset. Also, by the way, the entirety of last part, we only got like 3 new CGs exclusive to the route. There was like fucking 2 rows of CGs still open, with 1 still missing in the first row as well. So, then Ria climbed up on the water tank and waited for sunset. Normally she'd always fall quiet at this time, but...
なあ、イチ。
Yeah?
シルビーと、絶対結婚しろよ。
Come on, that's a big ask. I'd love to if I could, though.
難しかろうがなんだろうが、とにかく頑張れ。機会を見たら逃すなよ。あいつみたいに。
Right. What's with you today? You're awfully talkative all of a sudden.
うるせえ。こうしてお前と、俺として話せるのも最後かもしれねえんだよ。
Huh? She fell silent. None has made any sense to me. Also, someone told me to save at a certain point in time. But, they haven't, elaborated on that yet. So, yeah. Just look over in the VN channel, my own Discord channel, and the first thing I see is Storm happily playing Megasuki with her girl, just saying, "Then why did you decide to tie me up then?" with a smile on her face. So that was kind of surreal for a second. Something would happen on Wednesday. It was only an inkling, but it was one prediction I had. But that was the one prediction I had. Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。おはようございます、先輩。
Sleepy. Oh, it's pretty cold today.
今季一番の冷え込みだそうです。寮の中は暖房あるけど、外は氷点下でした。こういう日のラジオ体操って体から湯気が出て面白いですよね。
No, it's not. I got depressed the second I learned that happens. Couldn't we go without radio calisthenics for today?
今日みたいな日だからこそ気持ちいいのに。
Can't do it. Taking the day off.
そうだ。こんな時こそ。起きて、お兄ちゃん。
I'm really fired up now! Look, there's steam coming out of me right now!
先輩のやる気スイッチは、お兄ちゃんって呼ぶと入る。神成さんに聞いた通りです。
Mina, that was mean.
この呼び方、やめた方がいいですか？
I'd love for you to call me that every single day, but it's embarrassing, so please don't overdo it.
わかりました。朝起こすときだけにします。
And that really is freezing today.
すっかり12月ですね。2学期もとうとう、あと1週間を切りましたし、もうすっかり冬です。
Yeah, isn't next Monday the end of term ceremony? Day is it? Did they mention the day? No.
はい、授業は実質、今週で終わりですね。
Guess that means it's a report card season. It's time to get good grades, Akane. You stopped smiling for some reason.
私、先輩のこと尊敬してるけど、人を傷つけるようなこと言う人は嫌いです。
Sorry, my bad.
逆に先輩は成績どうですか？いつも優しい先輩が修羅のような顔に。
I thought you were a cute underclassman, but I hate girls who make hurtful comments.
すいません。
Then I happened to come out of the cafe around the time we wrapped up radio calisthenics, and I went to grab breakfast.
おはよう、オロ。寒そうだね。
Those really weren't enough of a warm-up to call them radio calisthenics. Below freezing temperatures totally sapped my body. It felt like a popsicle.
パーリングだー！温まってる子もいるみたいだけど。
I don't have that kind of youth left in me. Is that coffee milk? Is it warm?
一口だけだよ。
Took a small drink.
そういや、オロ。二つ聞きたいことが。一つ。今日の進路面談ってどうする？
What's that today? Every school out there had one-on-one interviews with teachers around this time of year, and Noble Academy was no exception. Would end up killing time during our expert planning classes this afternoon, but I'll tell them I'm aiming to become a diplomat for now.
先生の反応後で教えて。
Fully aware they're probably going to make fun of me. What else did you want to ask me?
昨日の話の続き。龍蔵寺のお坊ちゃんとシルビーが結婚秒読みって話。どんどん尾ひれがついて広がってるの。知ってる？
Spent all night looking it up online.
なんかだんだん自信なくなってきた。これって嘘なんだよね。
Since Serena was already pretty out of the loop, she'd begun to think this might be real. If this continued, their relationship might only improve in the public's eye and not reflect how they truly felt about one another. Well, the people was important to members of royalty. If these rumors of their intimacy took root, they wouldn't be able to break ties with Ryuzoji so easily. They could end an actual marriage, and even if that didn't go to that extreme, it could act as a starting point. This was getting kind of frustrating.
なら本人に言えよ。
Huh?
あれリアちゃん、この時間に制服？
That was a rare occurrence. She usually cut class and would only wear a uniform to sneak into the academy at around dusk. Going to class today?
悩んでる。午後からの面談には行かなきゃなんだけど、それで午前からどうするか。いいじゃん、いいじゃん。定額はもう解けてるんでしょ？多分定額何日って通知書読まずに捨てたから知らないけど。
Well, delinquent.
俺が行くとそれだけでクラスがざわざわすんだよな。そりゃそうだ。
That'd be fun in its own way. That's what happens to delinquents fresh off suspension.
あの視線がほんと鬱陶しい。どうしたもんか。まあ、でもそろそろ慣れてかないとな。隠れてこそこそすんのも明日までなんだ。何のこと？
No clue. Russell.
隣のクラス、喫煙で停学になっていた方が登校してこられたそうですね。
I don't know.
あわわわわわわわわわわわ。
Not only was Ria's class astir, but so was ours.
相馬さんでしょ？怖目があったら噛みつかれるって噂ですわ。ポッケに小銭入れちゃダメだよ。ジャンプしろって言われてチャリンチャリンなったらマストで持ってかれちゃうんだって。昭和じゃあるまいし。
Pretty famous, isn't she?
ノーブル学園で喫煙していた生徒なんて前代未聞ですから。
Yes, the rich boys and girls are scared of delinquents. She definitely didn't fit into their sophisticated world.
絡まれたらどうしようと思うと震えが止まりません。
Aren't you two men? I mean, she was a delinquent, but she was a teensy girl.
でも怖いですよ。市松くん、怖くないなら僕たちのことを守ってください。
バカ野郎てめえ、怖いわけはねえだろ。でも、全然怖くはないけど、守ってくれるって言うならありがたくだな。
Rich kids were totally hopeless in these situations.
ヤンキー、お隣のクラスにニューヨーカーが？
Whoops. Yeah, since Ria really drummed up attention, that naturally means...
楽しそう。会ってみたいわ。
Now this would happen. How should I handle this? Would it be okay to let Ria and Sylvie meet? Ria didn't like the idea, but she had come out all on her own today. I was busy worrying
お
about
友
it.
達になれるかも。
なりません。報告を聞いた限り、あまり素行のよろしくない生徒のようです。近づいてはいけません。
Oh yeah, I did have that pretext to run with. Sylvie's guards may have been the biggest reason that Sylvie hadn't met Soma-kun yet. Huh? Even though I waited for her that day, Ria never showed up for some reason. She was there basically every day. I wonder what happened. Hello? I knocked on my neighbor's door.
なんだよ。
A majorly moody Ria came out. You don't sound so great.
タコ殴りにしても文句言わないサンドバッグが欲しい。なってくれる？
Too busy for that today. I invited her inside.
お前、風邪も治ってるよな。
Ages ago. She immediately lit up one of her cigarettes. Smokers really do rely on those things when they get on edge, don't they?
うるせえ。今日はほんと何も言うな。
Sure. Sounded like she was seriously on edge. Was it that rough at school?
朝っぱらから珍獣扱いで10時くらいまでイライラ指導し、その後、なんかもうイライラ通り越してへこんできて、午後の面談が終わったらさっさと帰った。
That's why she wasn't on the roof?
それで今一人でぼーっとしてたら、またイライラに戻ってきたとこ。
It's impressive he didn't blow up at me at least.
たく。どいつもこいつも鬱陶しい。
She sat on the bed. I thought if you're mad at the world, then the problems with you passed through my mind. The thought, I feel it should be. The thought if you're mad at the world, then the problems with you passed through my mind, but I decided to keep my mouth shut. She'd definitely hurt me otherwise. Man, though, you really weren't going to school much at all. I've been in Noble Academy for a while now, but it sounded like she'd been cutting class before I showed up. Why haven't you dropped out? I hadn't heard anything about her being held back either. Do you have one of those, like, special privileges that exempt you from class or something?
うん。
What, for real?
特権がある。授業は何もしなくても卒業させてくれる特権が。
This is an academy, you know. I totally destroyed its presence as a place of learning.
ノーブル学園は学業は二の次だろ。エキスパートプランが第一で。エキスパートプラン。つまり自分で定めた特定のジャンルで功績があれば、学業は免除される。
Wow. Some learning institution had a system in place where students, namely the ones who excelled in sports, could graduate even if they flunked out. But what are you doing for your expert planning classes? As far as I know, she was always asleep in her room. Doubt that the school would exempt her from class just for sleeping.
世界のタバコの銘柄調べてんの。
Come on, Ria.
ノーコメント。
Yeah, wouldn't tell me. It's no different from usual, but she was full of mysteries. With a shrug of her shoulders.
明日教えるよ。
Huh?
俺じゃなくて、シルビーが教えてくれる。
Huh? What would Sylvie tell me? This conversation had gone over my head.
なんかだらーっとしたい。映画つけて。
What kind of movie? I booted up the DVR. Recorded movie repertoire had increased since I last watched with Ria. What are you up to today? Another French movie?
津軽弁はもういい。人のセックスを見たい気分じゃない。
Talk about horrible bias. Then let's see. Ah! No, that was a special I recorded the other day. Let's watch that.
特集？何の？
This. Maria Bishop. That was a 1-hour Maria special. I immediately scheduled the recording on the DVR the day I found out about it when it was advertised over a month ago. I hadn't even realized it had already been recorded. Pretty massive screw up on my part. It'll feel better if you listen to a full hour of Maria Bishop singing.
やめろそれ。消せ。
Why?
そいつ嫌いなんだよ。
What?
声でか。
Do you need to get your ears checked, Ria? To say you hate Maria, I can only imagine they're broken.
そこまで言うかよ。本当。そこまで言うかよ。
What, have you never heard Maria's work before?
あるけど、別に聞きたくない。
You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe you didn't fall in love with her the second you heard her music. What good is your perfect pitch for?
関係ねえだろ。
マリア・ビショップの類まれな歌声と作曲センスは、彼女の持つ絶対音感に裏付けされたもので。
Like Ria's gonna panic like, no! Hints! Bad! What, did you hear that, Ria? Maria's apparently got perfect pitch too.
ああ、素敵な偶然だな。今度会ったらよろしく言っとけ。もう帰る。ここ落ち着かねえ。
Wait!
何？
Don't run away. At least watch the show to the end. I'm sure you'll see how great Maria
う
is.
わ、うぜえ。
It's my duty to spread the word of Maria's greatness to as many people as possible.
なんで？
Because I love Maria.
どうも。
Because I want you to love her too. Don't worry, it won't take long.
知らねえよ。とにかく帰る。どけ。
As if I'll let you get away.
帰らせろ。
Away, you're not leaving. I'm gonna stand just how much I love Maria.
勘弁しろ、二つの意味で。
Ah!
リアちゃん落ち込んでると思ったけど、心配なしか。
My fucking hands itch.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Yep, today's prom is right.
楽しみだわ。そうそう。それに付随してなのだけど、オーロって10日後、クリスマスイブの日は何か用事ってある？
はい。
実は今日は、イブの日にうちでやるパーティーの下準備のための集まりなの。クラスのみんな招待するのだけど、できればオーロにもって、どうかしら？
Well, Christmas, huh? So I've got plans.
そうなの？
Yeah, I actually made them a little while back.
どんな予定？少しならこっちも開始時間を。
Jack asked me. We were just gonna meet up on New Year's, but she ended up asking me to come visit for Christmas. It's a huge pain, but I can't bail on her after after saying I'd go. Sylvie?
ああ、いえ、なんでもない。
Ah! That did not sound healthy! Ah! That sounded like one of my vertebrae just cracked. It's probably not the case since there's no pain, but it sounded like it. Just fuck don't appreciate that. Anyway,
それじゃあ仕方ないわね。ちえかちゃんと楽しんできて。オーラ。
Totally won't. I'd rather give Sylvie's priority anyway. But everyone in class was going to be in attendance. It worked out the same whether I was there or not. In which case I should give her my prior engagement preference. If it would be just me and Sylvie, I'd definitely give that priority though.
あの二人、なんか変じゃない？
そうですか？シルビー様は今夜、懐かしい方との再会だとかでウキウキしてらっしゃるようですが。
At school.
フランス料理だー
We headed to Sylvie's place with Reina and Tel. By the way, Reina, do you know the etiquette for French dining? First you use the knives and fork for the furthest out, then you place a napkin on it beautifully, so it's beautifully arranged.
あ、シルビー、私フォーク嫌いだからお箸お願い。はーい。
お待たせいたしました。
The limousine had come to pick us up.
当然のように送迎車ってのもいいよね。
Are you used to this?
慣れてはないけど、シルビン家行くたびにリムジンは出てくるかな。オーロは足がガクガクしてたね。リムジンバージン？
Just worried I might have gotten it dirty somehow. I'd never ridden in a car with such soft seats before.
夕食は2時間後を予定していますが、よろしいですか？
それまでご歓談を。了解。それまでエルチンの部屋でも物色してるよ。いいわね。
よくありません。待ちなさい、妃。
The three of them ran off. Probably should have joined them, but that felt questionable since they seemed to have agreed to rummage through Elle's room. Short time later. Huh?
Konnichiwa.
Yes? Another unexpected arrival. Someone I thought I'd never get to see in person again showed up like it was only natural. For that matter, it was,
久しぶりね。
Yes? Sound like she remembered me. Come on, are you for real? The Maria Bishop was up in my face. Why are you here?
君に会いに来たとか？
Huh? Maria gave a mischievous giggle. That was a joke, right? Obviously. I forgot that her face was so close. From this close, I could kiss her in an instant if I felt so inclined.
この距離でも気づかねえか。
Huh?
なんでもない。どうせもうすぐ種明かしなんだし、もうちょっと楽しむくらいいいよな。
Huh? Her voice and manner of speaking sounded vaguely familiar.
何？
Oh, never mind. It was no use. I was too nervous to spit out a single word. Oh, just real deal. Same girl I just saw in my recording yesterday, without a doubt. Real Maria Bishop was here.
オーロ？あら？あら？ ったのね。オールが驚くところを見たかったのに。
Yeah, I'm still plenty astonished. So, this was your surprise? Sylvie looked proud of herself. At her TV stations couldn't even book her depending on her mood. But if I really thought it through, Sylvie's cheat powers were more impressive than a TV station. It was a tremendous surprise. But the real surprise was what came
これ
next.
で当時の3人が揃ったわね。ねえ、せっかくだから今日は昔の呼び方でいいかしら。イチと、それから、相馬くんに。
Huh?
さすがにお前は気づくんだ。
Huh? What?
わかるわよ。もともと写真で見てる時から、そうじゃないかとは思ってたけれど、この前直に見て確信したわ。大好きだったイチが大好きなオーロになったのも驚きだったけれど、大好きだった相馬くんが大ファンのマリアになってるって本当に驚いたわ。
隠してたわけじゃないけど、まさか一目で気づかれるとは思わなかった。誰かさんは気づかなかったけど。
あら？オーロ、気づいてなかったの？私はオーロとイチのことに気づくのに時間がかかったから、これで引き分けね。
Hang on a sec. This conversation didn't add up. Maria? This girl? Sola? You must be wrong, Sylvie.
違わないぞ。
Huh? She's not?
違わない。
She personally shot that idea down before Sylvie could. Huh? What? That's somewhere else.
マリア・ビショップは芸名。
日本人だものね。
ああ、本名そのままは避けたいから、最初はそうマリアにしようと思ったんだけどさ。ダサいからちょいひねった。本名のそうマリアからはだいぶ遠くなったわ。
そうよ、リアちゃんよ。昔は相馬くん呼んでたから、名前の方が思い出せなかったのは。
失礼なやっちゃ。俺はお前の長い名前全部覚えてるぞ。シルビア・ディ・カバリエロ・イスタ。
The gruff way she spoke. As I stared at her wide-eyed, Maria looked back at me with a stifled mean giggle. I recognized this laugh. It was absurdly familiar.
どうしたのオーロ。急に自分の方をつねったりして。
褒められねえ性癖だな。
It's not that. I couldn't accept that this was real. What should I be astonished by first? That the Maria Bishop was our childhood friend? One was a princess and the other a diva. My luck with women was out of this world. But above all else... You've gotta be kidding me, Ria!
マジだって。
This part shocked me the most. Yeah, but... This can't be real!
本当だって。よかったな。お前は正規の歌姫マリア・ビショップに津軽弁の白人がセックスする映画を見せて喜んでたんだぞ。
Nothing. Huh? But... You're really, really Ria.
本当にリア。しつけえな。逆にお前本当に気づかなかったのか？まあ俺マリアモードだと多少は化粧してるけど、昨日は大ファンだ言ってる女と同一人物が真横でお前のことバカだと思って見てたんだぞ。
Not only did I not realize it, the idea never even occurred to me. Why didn't you tell me?
別に言う必要もないかなと。まあどっちかっつうと、黙ってた方がお前のことからかえて面白えからだけど。
What a trash personality.
それに俺、自分がマリア・ビショップじゃありませんとは一言も言ってないし。
Enough with the twisted logic.
いいかしら。
Sure. Sylvie, who had been watching this all play out, raised her hand.
さっきから聞いていると、なーに？オーロと相馬くん、これまでにも会っていたの？
I mean...
寮で部屋が隣。はい？俺、今イチの隣に住んでる。お前がちょくちょく部屋に来てるのも知ってるぞ。壁が薄いからな。
Now even Sylvie, who had been calm the whole time, got a dose of shock. Things had gone completely out of hand at this point. By the way,
何今の声。うわ、マジ？マリアビショップじゃん。あれ？どっかで見た顔？リアちゃんじゃね？
seemed someone completely unrelated to the situation could tell Maria and Ria apart. I guess I must have been looking at her through some majorly rose-colored glasses. Honestly, I just like to imagine that just in the background. Like, imagine it's just, she's just like the fucking chair behind me. Like, she just comes in like, is that Maria? She's like, wait, you look familiar. So, Ria? Like, I just really like to imagine that as this happens. It's like, you just imagine you currently are Oro, I'm Maria, and Reina is back there. She just comes in and says all that. We cleared our discussion through dinner.
もう、ひどいわ。私だけのけ者なんて。
Sorry, that just wasn't any good time to bring it up.
俺が黙ってろっつったの。シルビーに会うと面倒になりそうだから。
ひどーい。
お前じゃなく周りが面倒ってこと？
Ria took a glance at the black suits and shrugged.
まあ、いいわ。最後にはこうして会えたんだもの。嬉しい。またあの頃みたいに3人で仲良くしたいわね。
Yeah, sounds good. Personally speaking, it was scary to think that the implications behind good friends would change between me and Ria from today on forward.
にしても、シルビーとあのマリアビショップが昔会ってた的な話は、できすぎてるのを除けば、まあ説得力があるけど、そこにオーロが入るってね。
It really makes me wonder what's going on with my life. It was astounding enough that one of my childhood friends was a princess, but now it applied twice as hard. Sure did a glance over at Ria. The second her eyes met, I instantly looked away. Oh, she was Ria, but still. She was also the Ria I admired and couldn't look her in the eye anymore.
照れてやんの。
Shut up! Damn it, don't talk in Ria's voice with Maria's face. Certainly didn't mind being teased by Maria Bishop, but I couldn't help feeling pissed off knowing Ria was not mocking me. Those two sets of emotions that completely jumbled together, leaving me feeling depressed. I just changed the subject for now. Anything would work. So what's with the hair?
カツラ。長さでわかんだろ。
Makes sense. That was the one thing I could accept. Only wigs could possibly be this long. But I just kind of come to my own conclusion that her hair had always been long and black. It was ordinarily short and dyed at that. I was a total shock for a black-haired fetishist like myself. Underneath that lovely hair is the blatantly blonde hair of a delinquent, huh?
金髪？相馬くん、それって。
約束したからな。
Huh?
なんかあんの？ないしょ。
The two of them were smiling at each other rather amusedly. Sounded like there was some backstory there, but I doubted they'd fill me in. You know, Sylvie, you've been pretty calm about this whole thing, but, didn't you think Ria was a man?
相馬くんは女の子でしょ？逆に、オーロこそいつ気づいたの？昔は彼女のこと完全に男の子だと思ってたわよね。
Oh, bullseye. What was all that about your first love then?
バカ！オーロ！本人の前で！
Whoops.
相馬くん、今の聞こえた？
聞こえた。つか昔も告白されたから知ってるよ。それで俺慌てて女だってバラしたんじゃねえか。
そうだったっけ？そうそう。私も最初は相馬くんのこと男の子だと思ってたわ。それで相馬くんになっちゃったのよね。今でも抜けないわ。リアちゃんに変えた方がいいかしら。
どっちでもいいよ。言いやすい方で。
じゃあ相馬くんで。旦那、第三者の足にもだんだん話が見えてきやしたが。要するに、オーロが原因で始まったことで、10年後現在、オーロが惑わされてるっぽいね。
Don't say it like that. My Bill for not remembering much about those days, especially about Soma was coming due. Ah, damn it. Why did I forget so much about Soma? Why the hell did I think he was a man? I can remember.
思い出さなくていい。
Huh?
なんでもない。
ねえねえ、初恋ってことは、リアちゃん今でも結構イケメンだけど、昔はもっとだったん？かっこよかったわよ。知的で優しくて、王子様は身近にたくさんいたけど、こんなにかっこいい王子様は他にいなかったわ。
Don't be shy.
照れるっつうか、微妙だわ。女だぞこっち。
今はかっこいいというか、可愛くなっちゃったわね。ちっちゃくて。
うるせえ。身長のことはしゃあねえだろ。
She clicked her tongue. Not that it mattered, but seeing her behave poorly and click her tongue with Maria's face made my heart pound. Leah, a singer. Oh, now she mentioned it, I feel like Soma was a great singer. It's still incredible she made it into a career. Since Sylvie plays piano, what if you tried going all out with your singing?
でも人前に出るのは。
He is the reason why Maria Bishop exists. No, you, I'm sure you'd be fine. Wouldn't it be fun to sing with Sylvia on piano? That would be incredible.
いいかも。ねえ、シルビー。今日の話ってのはクリスマスのことでいいんだよ
Quickly
な。
change the topic.
はい。24日、ここでシルビー様主催による簡易なパーティーを開きます。そちらで一曲願えないかと。
What? I hear Maria singing live on the perform live at a Christmas party.
お願いしたいわ。
パーティーで歌う？めんどくせえな。俺歌うときは基本スタジオみたいな誰もいないとこがいいんだけど。
Is that why you always turn down in TV performances and stuff?
人が多いとこ嫌いなの。
Leah shrugged. Her heart suddenly erased at the thought of Maria Bishop feeling that way, but the sensation quickly grew sour when I realized it was Leah talking
ダメ
instead.
なの？
Sylvia prodded in a needy tone.
一曲だけな。
Oh, I'm getting some major deja vu here. Whenever Sylvie would beg Soma for something, she'd always cave and listen to whatever she had to say.
うるせえ。
It's a good thing. Excuse me a second. I was peering man as mid-meal, but I took out my cell phone. There.
何してんの？
Texting Chiyuka, I canceled our plans to hang out over Christmas.
じゃあ、オーラ。
If I had to pick between Chiyuka and a live performance by the Maria Bishop, I'd pick the latter 10 times out of 10. Sylvie sounded happy. Was it really worth getting so delighted over? Whatever, I guess. Our meal carried on just as amicably.
なんか不思議な感じ。あの歌姫と一緒にお食事なんて。でもよくよく考えれば、普段から一つ屋根の下はしてたようなもんなんだよね。同じ量で。変なの。
ああ、そうだ、いつもだけど。寮の連中には言うなよ、絶対。
どうして？
めんどくせえから。ガチで言うなよ、綾香以外には。
Tokusaki, she knows about you
知
too.
ってるも何も。俺をこの道に引きずり込んだ張本人だよ、あいつが。
For real? Didn't see that connection coming.
俺が歌う前から、ネットに勝手に動画上げたのがあいつ。んで、すげえ再生数になったから、あいつんちテレビ局だろ？そこでよく扱うようになって、アメリカとかで食いつかれ出した頃かな。龍蔵寺って広告会社も噛んできて、あとはもうトントン拍子に。
ああ、そうでした。その件も聞いておかないと。
Elle popped in from the
マリア
sidelines.
殿、シルビー様と個人的にご交友があるようでしたら、今後連絡は個人的なものとして構いませんでしょうか。
名取さんを通さないってこと？
厳密には、コーディネーターの名取氏までなら通しても構いませんが、
Not the manager-looking person I saw
現
before.
状では、あなたに連絡を取るには、広告会社の龍蔵寺から名取さんに回してもらっている状態です。この一手間を省きたいのですが。
ああ、いいよ。龍蔵寺は別に関係ないし、仕事関係なら名取さんには声かけてくれ。一応世話になってる人だから。
助かります。エキスナ、了解。
Several black-suited guards rushed into action.
何事？
Just a guess, but I bet they're going to publicly refute that Ryuzoji's person engagement to Sylvie.
その通り。もうあの件は用済みです。
That was fast. They must have been biding their time for a while now. As people of her country, they'd probably sooner avoid having their princes used for political agitation. I was equally happy, so I decided not to say a word.
龍蔵寺さんはともかくそれっていつでもお電話していいってことよね、相馬くん。
こっちの気が向いたらな。
Kind and friendly Sylvie and grumpy yet gentle Ria. Really did fit the bill of childhood friends. Maybe the thing that got me a little jealous was the fact I was a man. When Emily was over, we were brought back to the dome by a limousine again.
じゃあね。おやすみ、オーラ、レイナ、相馬くん。
Yeah.
おやみ。
おやすみ。
Yeah, headed back to in her normal dress. Yeah, now I saw this way, I could tell she really did have Maria's face.
なんだよ、じっと見て。
Now that I'm getting a good look at you, I've wondered if you and Sylvie wouldn't be twin sisters.
俺に姉妹なんていねえのは知ってるだろ。
Yeah.
いやいや、生き別れの双子って説もあるよ。こう、二つに割れたハート型のペンダントを持ってて、くっつけると最後の王国への道がわかる、的な。
That's it.
つけえな。
Leah took out her cell
ほら、
phone.
この前お前と撮ったマリアの写真。
She pulled up the picture I took on her phone. The one where I was huddled up to Maria while I met her on the academy roof before. Photo only Maria had access to. As you mentioned it, Ria and Maria both used the same model smartphone and cell phone cover.
なんでへこんでんだよ。
I feel mildly heartbroken. I can't believe my Maria, the Maria who seemed so pure, is a delinquent and a smoker.
テレビの中の女に幻想を抱いたお前が悪い。いいじゃねえか、喫煙くらい。清純派で売ってるアイドルだけど、裏で知ってるやつ。テレビあんま出ない俺でも7人は知ってるぞ。
マジだ？
ちなみに、そのうち3人は事務所の社長と同じマンションに住んでる。グループ全員マンションを合わせて、毎晩代わり番号に社長の部屋に行くとかなんとか。
Called out it's a person's right to not hear the hard facts. Besides, I think I see you on a new line from now on, too.
は？
If we stick a black wig on you, you'll become Maria. What do you think, Ria? Wanna watch a movie in my room together? I got a French film that'll make you super sleepy.
行くぞ。
Okay, that was mildly creepy, Oro. Wait, I'm kidding! Back in the dorm, Ria was her usual self. There was no signs of Maria to be found. It was probably the real her, which also made this the real Maria. It was only like Maria. It wasn't like I really thought Maria was some kind of sort of angel or fairy who had a pure, flawless personality and never swore. But it was still a tough pill to swallow. And it was thanks to that shock that I couldn't process all the different matters that had been tidied up today.
金色ラブリッチェ。相馬くんって学園には来ていないんだ。
She skips basically every day. She's apparently exempt since she's got her hands full with her expert planning classes. Looking back on it now, I bet the academy was fine with her passing on classes since she was the diva of the century.
仕方ないか。でも寂しい。今日はお昼ご飯一緒したかったのに。
Couldn't you if you headed to the dorm?
なるほど。
なりません。はぁ、も
う。エルチン、なんかお疲れ？
昨べから少々対外関係が荒れていまして。私など、まだいい方です。手伝ってくれたイロエは、徹夜で今でも働いています。
Foreign affairs since yesterday, that was mean. And dare say that lab, but I bet it was related to Ryuzoji. News had been spreading online since this morning that the big story about the close relationship between the Ryuzoji and Sylvie-Route had been refuted. Are they filing complaints from their end, basically?
公の文句ではありませんが、あちらの息のかかったマスコミ各社が良い反応をしていないのは確かですね。我々護衛部では対処しきれない。広報部の経験があるイロエがいてくれて本当に良かった。
仲良しですって並んでたら、いきなり後ろ蹴り食らわせたんだから当たり前よ。
Here came one of those media-related parties
わ
now.
かっております。しかしこちらも、これ以上は放っておけなかった。
株価操作とは見られなくてよかったわね。あと少し遅ければ、国を挙げての為替介入になっていたわ。
We all went silent at their complicated adult-sounding conversation. Despite now being involved, Shirasaki didn't look like she was going to complain to us personally.
あの子の昔馴染みって本当だったんですね。ええ。彩香も相馬くんと仲良しなのは知っているわ。私たちって会ったことあるかしら？あのキャンプでは覚えがないけれど、私はあのキャンプには出てませんわ。出るつもりだったのだけど、直前。というか、始まった直後にトラブルがあって。そうなの。じゃあ私は知らないわね。私はその後リアに聞いたわ。キャンプで金髪のすごく綺麗な女の子と仲良くなったと。はあじゃあ、彩香は私のことを知ってたの？確信がなかったのです。まさかあんなバスへのキャンプで、去る国のプリンセスと仲良くなったなんて、本当にあるのかと思って。はは、縁は異なもの味なものさね。
Shirasaki, are you that old friends with her?
リアから聞いてないの？
Nope. I knew she and Ria were acquainted, but it had been for around a decade. I mean, I'd met her a long time ago too. I don't remember anything even remotely like that.
覚えてないのは知ってる。こちらもリアからあなたのことは聞いたけれど、記憶にありません。あなた本当にあの頃リアと親しかったので？
Yeah, maybe we were just in different circles.
でしょうね。人間、生まれの上下、良し悪しというものは、まさに生まれた瞬間から根付くものですわ。
God, you could be so obnoxious.
あなたと私とじゃ、生まれつき生きる人生が違った。それだけのことです。
Yep, you don't say. Every single word out of your mouth was annoying.
当時の私は、男子が苦手で、近づけませんでしたし、覚えている男子なんて3人だけ。あのクソ下品で心底気持ちの悪い高藤と、トーくん、だったかしら。体の大きかった彼とは、一くん。
Can't really remember who I hung out with back then. There weren't many women around since I mostly played with other guys, but Sylvia left such a strong impression that I remembered her. At least recall the idiotic show and Cryberry Ah. But neither of their personalities would have meshed with Jogasaki. Well, I guess it wasn't meant to be.
話を戻すけど、エルチンはどんな風に大変な？
こちらからはばかることはしていませんので、あしからず。
そうですね。例えるなら、朝礼で一人雑談をする生徒がいて、その生徒を叱っただけです。ただ、叱るのが遅れたので、皆がその生徒の話を気になりだしたところで、いきなり話が中断した苛立ちが、叱った側に向いたようなもの。
Seemed easy to understand, yet kind of not.
私がマリアに会いたがったせいで、エルたちにいらない苦労をさせてしまっているのね。
そのようなことは。
私から龍蔵寺さんに言おうかしら。お話を遅らせて申し訳なかったって。
シルビー様が頭を下げることではありません。あちらが勝手にやったこと。
あら、でもそうして先に一発かますと、相手も何も言えなくなるから有効よ。かますってあーた。ふむふむ。龍蔵寺を断ち切りたいなら、早めに動くことね。はっきり言ってあそこ、しつこいですよ。
The Yozoji guy was probably causing a lot of trouble for the Jogasaki family, but she shrugged and went on her merry way. I could tell Sylvie was lost in thought. Was this controversy not over yet? No. Ria was nowhere to be found. I more or less knew today's reason. When I got back to the dorms and headed next door, I suddenly heard a familiar laugh. I knocked on the door.
どうぞ。あら？あら。
Hi. don't give a shit.
お前か。
What are you doing?
相馬くんの髪を手入れしてるの。
Sylvie was brushing Ria's blonde hair with an expensive looking comb.
いらねえっつに。たく。
Like, that fucking thing in my lip is really annoying me. Ria looked a little miffed, but
ほら、暴れないで。
たく。
when she simmered down, she squinted her eyes like she enjoyed it. Just like a kitten getting her fur groomed. You obviously like it.
うるせえ。でも、認める。これ眠くなってくる。
Sounded like it felt nice. I'm surprised to see you here, Sylvie. What about Elle?
エルは今日はお仕事ですって。龍蔵寺さんのことで。
Guess she was still dealing with that guy she'd mentioned this morning.
そしてエルには悪いけれど、私は今日ここにお泊まりよ。
Having Mina swap with you again? I really were close.
今夜も3人でお夕飯にしましょう。ね
え。なんかうまい飯でもある？
ご飯はさすがに。アップルパイを焼いてきたわ。
ナイス。
相馬くん、小さい頃から好きだったわよね、アップルパイ。
Yeah, I figured that was the case. She kept pestering me over and over about apple pie before.
別に好きってわけじゃ。
言い訳しないの。相馬くんのことは何でもお見通しよ。
I shouldn't be surprised, but these two were in perfect sync. They made a great pair, even with the 10-year gap. I guess it was a given that I and Sylvie or Ria and I made for a good matchup still. It was just how childhood friends were.
つかさっきからくすぐってよ、シルビー。
くすぐってるの。それ、コシコシ。
Ria squirmed as the comb tickled her scalp. She didn't try to escape or push Sylvie's hand away, though. The fact she didn't resist was proof of how much she was enjoying getting her hair brushed.
ずっと使ってくれてるのね、これ。
まあな。
Sylvie, you said that as she gazed at the comb with Ria's golden hair threaded through each tooth. Was there some story tied to that comb too? Could it also be made from piano scraps? Not that it looked so cheaply made.
ねえ、相馬くん、
What's up? She carefully placed the comb into Ria's hair.
二人にもう一度会えてよかったわ。
She said that once
は
more.
っきり言ってしまうと、私が進学先に日本のこの学園を選んだ理由の9割は、二人にもう一度会いたいからだったの。特に相馬くんとは、また会えてよかった。もう、会えないと思っていたから。
Huh?
ま、運が良かったわな。
ええ。
Sylvie gently leaned her face in close to the back of Ria's head. Maybe something had happened in the past, something I didn't know about. Sylvie continued to lean in close against
本
Ria.
当によかった。二人に会えて、またあの頃みたいに、自信を取り戻せたわ。
Confidence was an abrupt, unexpected comment, almost like Sylvia hadn't had confidence in herself. I'd never seen her act that way even once.
私ね、時々自分が何なのかわからなくなってしまうの。
Sylvie's tone of voice
イ
lowered.
スタ家に生まれて、シスア家に迎えられてお姫様になって、それからはお姫様としての人生をずっと生きてきた。ピアノの腕を必要とされれば必死で練習したし、社交性が必要なら身につけたわ。実の兄や姉を部下として見なきゃいけないなら、ずっとそうして接してる。でも、時々わからなくなるの。私って、シルビアって女の子は、こう、なんて言うのかな。何者なのかしら。みんなが見てる、この皮みたいな部分、お姫様で ピアノが得意で、エルたち有能な部下に守られてるこの川がシルビアであることはわかる。でも、私って何？時々わからなくなるわ。二人に再会できてよかった。私が知ってる限り、イチと、ソーマくんと一緒にいたあの頃だけが、私の知ってる私なの。シルビア・ル・クルスクラウン・ソルティレージュ・シスア王女ではなくて、私なの。
The mood turned unusually grave. That somewhat capricious look Sylvie occasionally let slip had finally risen to the surface. Shell of herself, huh? I think I had an idea of what she was talking about. That was the sort of creature all human beings were. We all lived our lives wearing the shell we called ourselves, in which our name, position, and environments were indelibly ingrained. Even if we could sense the shell, I bet someone like Sylvie, who had an entire country expecting great things from her, felt it even more strongly. So everyone generally agreed with that sentiment, but...
別にそれが普通だよ。心配すんな。シルビーはうまくやれてるから。
She said it before I could, damn it.
お前の、川の部分？一つの国を挙げて愛されてて、国を代表するくらいピアノが上手くて、うまくカッコつけられてんじゃん。
Sylvie blinked, seemingly confused by Ria's comment. Ria, on the other hand, got what she had to say off her chest, and...
ああ、もう眠くなってきた。
She must have been feeling shy and quickly ended the discussion. This woman, she'd done it with Sylvie and me, but Ria would open her mouth to speak, but then pull back and cut herself off.
ちょっと寝る。シルビーもういいから。
さあ、どのくらい寝る？できたら。
夕飯？じゃあ7時。あと1時間半したら起こせ。
With that, he promptly laid down in bed. She really does act spur of the moment.
疲れていたのよ。仕方ないわ。
Nothing about the way she acted looked exhausted in my opinion. Still though, an hour and a half, that's some quality time.
オーロと二人ならすぐに過ぎちゃうわ。
Comments like these meant my heart skipped a beat for no good reason. But unfortunately enough, I wasn't what was on her mind today. She was worried about what was said earlier. Oh, was that it? Lydia said she'd go to sleep out of nowhere. That was her way of telling me to comfort Sylvie. Rhea really was our biggest cheerleader, wasn't she? About what Rhea said. The point was basically that you're cool the way you are now.
かっこいい？
Oh yeah, definitely.
わからないわ。日本語だからかしら。かっこつけるって何？
She asked me explicitly. Show off. The interpretation of that term should be the same, whether it was for me or for Sylvie. Meant to display the part of yourself you window dressed, your shell in the best light possible. That's what it meant to show off. Dyeing one's hair blonde was no different. You could even consider it a somewhat superficial action. But maybe the difference came in how you perceived it. It means to improve yourself. This was roughly regurgitating what Ria had told me before. She was a twisted yet competent Cupid, alright. A part of yourself that's like your shell. Enhancing that shell into something more than is what it means to show off. That explanation appeared to go over her head as she craned her neck to the side.
それってそんなに大切なこと？
Of course it's important. That shell is part of who you are.
でも
I know how you feel. You think the person you think you are and the version of yourself you want the world to see are totally different. Both of those parts are you, Sylvie, without a doubt. All human beings are made up of those two sides. Who they really are at their very core and the shell around it that everyone else sees. Sort of like how nobody can see their own face with their own eyes. It goes without saying that it's important to polish up the person you think you are. But it's super important to polish up your shell too. pulled that off in spades. After all, you became a princess, a master pianist, and have blossomed into a beautiful woman before any of us realized it.
そう
If anyone here should be experiencing a complex, it should be me. Compared to Sylvie, who formed the shell of a princess, and Ria, who formed the shell of a diva, I was way too mediocre. I worked hard at baseball, but was driven out of the club and brought misfortune to everyone from the band club that I had wanted to protect. I tried to show off, but failed miserably. My show was merely that of a pathetic man. Sylvie, you're incredible. So have confidence in yourself. Ria. Soba and I both love that shell of yours like crazy. Squeeze. Sylvie hugged me. This was one hell of a perk, but by all rights, this is a hug Ria should have gotten. I quietly accepted her embrace. Sylvie clung to me as she pleased, and then...
ねえ、オーラ。
Yeah?
あのね、相馬くんと会えて落ち着いたら、言いたかったことがあるの。
What could it be? Sylvie's face was unusually red. Cute. It was gonna make me turn red too, so as I looked away.
私、オーラのこと、ね。
Sure.
オーラのこと。
What's gonna disrupt them? There you go. What about me?
電話が鳴ってるわ。
She slumped down onto the bed looking deflated. What in the world was she about to say? Not much I could do now that she clammed up, so I answered my phone. Hello? You? What is it? Yeah, I know. 2 days from now on Sunday. On Saturday. Quit nagging, I know! See ya. Hung up.
シエカさん？
Huh? I'm surprised you could tell. Did you see her name when the call came in?
いえ、見えなかったけれど、表情でわかるわ。オーラ、シエカさんとおしゃべりするときだけは、なんとなく変わるもの。
Do I? Well, maybe I guess she's special after all. Forget that, Sophie. What were you gonna say before? You
なんでも
ruined
ない
it.
わ。
慰め方としちゃ70点くらいかな。あの電話はもったいなかった。運の悪いやつ。でももううまくいきそうじゃん。1。これで俺も安心して。やべえ。ガチで眠くなってきた。まあ、いっか。7時には起こしに来るはずだし。おやすみ。
それでね、先輩。なんか、羊の肉のロース的な、そういうすごいのが出てきて。うわ、うまそう。いいなぁ。お姫様のうちでフランス料理。はは、クラスメートの強み。まあ正直、私が行く機会があったとして、緊張しちゃって味の方わかんないだろうけど。でも素敵です。お姫様の。お、あかねちんが眠そう。ってことは、夜の9時だね。そろそろお開きにしよっか。
I like how their clock isn't like actually looking at the fucking clock, but instead just, oh, Akana's tired. Let's go to
あかね
bed.
ちゃんって9時になると急に眠そうにするから時計代わりにちょうどいいよね。恥ずかしいです。
Thud.
お、どうしたリアちゃん。
たく7時に起こせっつったのに。おい
What's wrong?
7時に起こせっつっただろうが、もう9時だぞ。
あら？もうこんなに時間が経ってたわ。
For real, talk about a screw up. We got watching Maria's promo video.
時間を忘れてしまったわ。
何見てんだこら
Oh, so Sylvie and I were gonna kill some time together. We thought it'd be nice to talk about something we both enjoy.
今リアちゃんに見える角度についてオールと話し合っていたの。
When I look closely, I can see that she generally has your face. I never noticed at all, because even notions sure are scary.
わかるわ。こんなに可愛いからぽーっとして頭働かなくなっちゃうのよね。 私も本人に会うまで気づかなかったし。
I guess Maria's beauty clouded our vision.
うるせえ消せ消せこら
She was mad. By the sound of it, it'd be difficult to bring up the subject of Maria around Ria.
たく。ねえ、夕飯はどうした？お前らも食ったのか？
Now we were too obsessed with Maria.
お菓子をちょいちょいつまみながらマリアを見るのに没頭していたわ。
うぜえなクソ。
It's gotten a little late, but why don't we, the three of us, have dinner together?
はぁ？どうすんの？ケータリングは終わってるし、喫茶店も閉まってるぞ。
Yeah, why don't we go somewhere to eat?
外へ行くの？
ピッピッ。
シルビー様、8時を過ぎています。寮の外に出る場合、護衛をつけてください。
A warning came through in Elle's
騎
voice.
士の誰かを呼ばないと。キュロちゃんがオートガードモードに入って、そばにいるオーロとソーマくんを銃撃しだすわ。
Scary. Had a function like
そ
that?
もそも寒い。外出たくねえよ。
Something we can eat inside then. A meal the three of us could prepare together. It would have to be a cup of ramen for 3 it is.
3人分の冷凍食品と、
食後は3人でアップルパイね。
Between my cup noodles, Ria's frozen meals, between my cup noodles and Ria's frozen meals, we were cooking with fire.
缶詰もたくさんある。
Junk food parties like these are more fun than you'd think.
気持ちはわかる。今日はお姫様もいるからなおさら。
Ria smiled wide while the water heated up.
冷凍飯、俺のおすすめのでいいよな。
なーにこれ、焼きおにぎり？
最高だぜ。
She nuked it in the microwave for us. But, too hot.
ああ、悪い。2つセットのやつだった。
There were 2 fried onigiri and 3 of us. Is there no extra package? Damn.
一口くらいならやるって。
We're gonna split 2 helpings between the 3 of us. Well, I would obviously prioritize ladies first and go
お
without.
にぎりは知っているけれど、焼いちゃうというのはなかった発想だわ。
Even among Japanese people with rice-based diets, I still think the first person who came up with this was a genius.
真っ赤。なーにこの色。
味は醤油だけど、赤味噌が混ぜてあるっぽい。
Probably to give it that roasted look, I bet.
色付けもあるだろうけど、赤はコクが出るから隠し味にもなってるんじゃね？
Really?
白味噌は調味料、赤味噌は隠し味。だから醤油にも赤なら意外と合うんだって。
Wow. White miso was seasoning and red miso was a secret ingredient. Yeah, they did say making miso soup using red miso would really liven up. They did say when making miso soup using red miso would really liven up the broth's flavor.
おいしいわ。
She seemed to like it.
うん。こいつを常に冷凍庫に入れておく俺のセンスに間違いはなかった。
Ria ate, looking satisfied herself. Yeah, tasty. It's crispy on the inside and light and fluffy on the out. It was crispy on the outside and light and fluffy on the inside. When you ate it, a sweet aroma spread from your mouth to your nasal cavity. The frozen food industry apparently evolves at an incredible speed, but I bet there won't be any need for them to develop this dish more for a while. This one was already beyond perfected. What's up?
なんでもねえよ、バカ。
Was she angry? What the heck? She was the one who said she'd give me a bite. Oh, the hot water's ready. What flavor ramen do you all both
なん
want?
でもいいわ。
あっさりのやつ。スープが飲みやすいの。
じゃあ、私も相馬くんと同じの。
You got it. In this age where rich flavor prospered, these two were regular connoisseurs. I went with my usual fatty chicken broth flavor and an ordinary chicken soup for Sylvie and Ria. I brought over 3 shares. There you
あ
go.
りがとう、オーラ。
いただきます。
この前のとはだいぶ違うけれど、これも美味しいわ。
I had tonkotsu flavor last time, but chicken soup is pretty much the default flavor people think of.
ラーメン屋がどこもこってりスープばっかりになって、あっさり醤油味専門のラーメン屋が消えかけてるのって、あっさりはもうカップ麺で完成されてるからっていうな。
I feel kind of awful for saying this, but it's pretty rare to find ramen restaurants with lighter flavored ramen that are better than the sappoichi salt or miso flavored kinds. The cup noodles were tasty too.
にしても、冷凍食品にカップラーメン。天下のソルティレージュのお姫様にこんなもん食わせていいのか？
私、こういうの大好きよ。
You see, don't sweat it. We've done this a bunch of times before. Well, it might be impolite to our country citizens, but Sylvie looks pretty happy about it. You're our partner in crime from today on. Brace yourself, Ria. Ria giggled quietly.
だよな。今更か。昔も何度か、だったしな。
そうね。
So the night wore on with these three childhood friends spending time together. The very first of a long line of these nights to come, I was sure.
金色ラブリッチェ。おはようございます、先輩。
Morning, Akane.
なんだか辛そうですね。
I stuffed my face until nearly midnight last night. The junk food party was fun, but I guess it was a bad move on our part to start at past 9 o'clock.
わあ、美味しそうなアップルパイ。
Oh, you can have it. When I came outside,
おはよう、オラ。
Sylvie came out from Ria's room.
お姫様が。
Oh, did you stay in Ria's room?
あの後もしばらくお話ししてたんだけど、そのまま二人で。
Sleep up with two beautiful ladies. I obviously couldn't possibly take part in that, but I wish I could have at least gotten a glimpse.
オラはどうしたの？こんなに早く。あら？ 1、2、3、4。おー、元気だね、お姫様。ラジオ体操、体育の時間にやるのは知っていたけれど、なるほど、目覚めにやるのも効果的ね。
My arm feels so bad. Nah. It's a piece of wisdom from Japanese summer breaks. We head to school shortly thereafter.
相馬くん、今日もお休み。
Not much you could do about her. I did go wake her, but she also had a severe case of heartburn from our last late night binging spree. In her case, she'd probably skip.
もう、今日は2学期最後なのに。
I get it. I completely slipped my mind. Next Monday was the end of the term ceremony. Today was the last day of classes.
オーラ最近、授業に身を入れてるわよね。
I doubt it'll amount to much, though. I was taking this seriously, but I didn't know what I'd do. But I didn't know what I didn't know. Since I was preparing and reviewing as much as possible, I had learned new things along the way. But still, my path to become a diplomat would be a long one. And then...
シルビー様、よろしいですか？
おはよう、エル。
おはようございます。
Elle respectfully bowed. It was fairly rare for these two to commute to school separately, I suppose.
明日なのですが、急な用事が入ってしまいました。
あら？明日はクマポン家へ行って、お城の修繕応援会で演奏するんじゃなかったかしら。
You mean Kumamoto Prefecture? You're going all the way to Kumamoto? That's awesome. We're all at it rough on a daily basis.
そちらはキャンセルとなります。龍蔵寺殿がどうしても明日会いたいと。修繕応援会のスポンサーの一人ですので無視できません。
あらあら、龍蔵寺さん。タイミングが悪かったものね。やっぱり私のことを恨んでるのかしら。
でしょうね。確認しておきますが、何を言われても交わしてください。決して謝ってはなりません。
わかってます。そこら辺の駆け引きは、適当にお茶を濁して逃げるわ。相馬くんと会えるつてを作ってくれたのは感謝だけれど、向こうも好き勝手したし、おあいこよね。
Can I say something? Sylvie lifted her hand to say yes. You and this Ryuzoji person have no relationship whatsoever, right?
講師織り交ぜてのお付き合いを望まれて、これまでは応じてきたけれど、相馬くんとはもう個人的にコンタクトが取れるんだもの。今後は講師の死は打ち切っちゃって OK。
So that's what Sylvie's way of saying she was done with him. I bet he was perfectly aware of this. Why call her over now? I don't know what it could be. Just gave me a bad feeling.
Maria に合わせるのが早すぎた。まさかこうもあっさりあちらで打ち解けてしまうとは。
あのマリアが心を許すとは思いませんでしたね。
くっそー！シルビア王女、一発で僕を切り捨てるって、そんなに僕に興味ないのか？ちょっと強引だが、明日は何としても婚約話を引きずらせてもらうぞ。
金の匂いがすれば、いくらでも寄ってくる害虫どもです。20や30は楽に集まるでしょうが。
タイミングを間違えるなよ。無理やりでも何でも、僕が彼女の唇を奪う、その瞬間を写真に収めて即記事にさせるんだ。
本当によろしいので？国際問題にでもなったら。
だからこそ、向こうは何も言えないさ。キスごときで、そう騒ぎ立てるわけにもいかない。あとは、民意を適当に誘導して、うちとソルティレージュが蜜月だと思い込ませれば、自然とあの国の日本での窓口はうちに限定される。そしたら、時間をかけて、ゆっくりと。
そううまくいくでしょうか。
それに。僕って、キスがうまいからさ。無理やりでもしちゃえば、彼女も僕に悪い気しないかも。いや、本当にうまいんだって。これまでした子みんなそう言うもん。
これまでした子って？
キャバクラとか、ソープとか。とにかく、記者の準備しておけよ。
はあ。
どうされました？難しい顔をなさってますが。
Oh, yeah. That Yozoji guy really did rub me the wrong way. Nothing to base it on, but it felt uneasy for some reason. Hey, Sylvie.
何？
About the meeting tomorrow. Do you know where you're going to meet up or anything?
そうね。隣町のホテルだと思う。あそこ、とても綺麗な日本庭園があるの。
Sylvie was smiling sweetly. She didn't appear to be on guard in the slightest. Sylvie was in the room. Was on the right on this one, but there was no need to be on guard. There was no need to be on guard. How was the Wade one here? But I still couldn't shake this feeling. Hey, would it be okay if I went with you? The garden. I think I'd like to take a quick look myself, and if it's at a high-class hotel, I couldn't exactly go and see by myself very easily.
もちろんいいわよ。
Sylvie smiled happily, but...
それじゃあ、エルにオーラも。ダメよ、オーラ。明日、千恵香さんと約束があるんでしょ？
I just confirmed it with her yesterday. She asked me to go out with her tomorrow to make up for Christmas. Then why can't we bring Chica along or something? We hadn't decided where we would go anyway. Chica would willingly tag along if I told her we were going for lunch at a high-class hotel. But...
ダメ。二人で会うんでしょ？なら、千恵香さんに集中してあげて。私が間に入ったら、彼女にもきっと変に思われるわ。
Yeah, I bet she'd be crazy nervous if she ran into the Princess of Sortilege. In the end, it wasn't looking plausible for me to tag along. What to do about this? I had made up my mind to try and win Sylvie over by age 25, but if I was acting so impatient now, could I wait that long? Still, I'd simply be overreactive if I were to tell her I loved her now. Michelle wasn't cool enough to pull that one off. Like the moment that if Ryozoji does pull off what he's trying to go for, like even if it's just the picture and the kiss, but then everything falls apart, this is immediately going to be fucking worst route. The night had passed, but the gloom I had felt hadn't faded. It was currently 9 AM, and right about the time I was waiting for Chica to call me. Walking around outside was such a pain too. What to do?
おはよう。
Hi.
テンション低いな。
Pretty much. If a certain someone in a long black wig appeared, then that perked me right up.
ない。ジュースもらうぞ。
Leah grabbed a ramune from the
こっ
fridge.
ちも今テンション低い。つかイライラする。 あー、くそ。手軽に殴れるサンドバッグ持ってないか？
Nope.
お前の腹でもいい。
Some wrong. If you're ticked off, listening to Maria Bishop's music is strangely soothing. You could sing it if you want.
ない。
She patted at her pockets. With that, she clicked her tongue as she realized something and gave up. Huh? Out of cigarettes or something?
それ、今禁煙3日目。一番きつい日だ。やっぱりサンドバッグがいるな。
She chugged down the ramen in a single gulp.
クリスマスまで持つか、これ。くっそ。
Christmas? Did you quit for the party?
仕事受けちゃったし、タバコの匂いさせてるとまずいだろ、マリア・ビショップ
Sure.
が。
She was a more conscientious person than I expected. I'd be disillusioned beyond belief if the lovely Maria smelled like nicotine. Maria gives off this impression that she emits this citrusy, minty, fresh aroma from her sweat glands like some all-natural fruit sprite.
シトラスミントね。クリスマス会はそれ以外の香水で行くから、どっちにしろタバコは NG。
She collapsed limply to the floor. It was one downbeat day for the both of us.
そっちは
Nothing much.
シルビーに振られたとか。
She hasn't turned me down, and she doesn't say stuff like that. It's more than that. I'm stressed out because I can't tell her how I feel yet. Diplomat by age 25, distance I would have to travel, and how steep the climb would be to get there. All of it left me feeling down in the dumps.
告白できない？なんで？
I mean, remember what I said before. If I did it the way I am now.
なんか言ってたっけ？あのさ、イチ。もうあの時とは状況違くね？
Oh. Both of my rivals had fallen by the wayside, and it was probably safe to disregard that Ryuzoji guy too. There was no reason not to confess with the way things currently stood, but...
ヘタレが。
That was the conclusion anyone would reach. The only reason I refused to confess was for that exact reason. It was true that I wasn't worthy of Sylvie the way I was now, but I did think the biggest reason was how much of a loser I was. Still can't do it, not how I am now. I'm not confident enough that I could become the cool sort of guy who deserves to be at her side. It was too soon.
別にかっこよくなくてもいいんじゃね？
Huh? Where did that come from? You were the one who brought out cool and lame I was up in the first place. The second that crossed my
わ
mind.
かってねえな、お前。大事なのは今かっこいいことじゃねえよ。かっこつけることだよ。かっこつけた結果どうなるかなんてわからないけど、かっこつけてる奴は無条件でかっこいいもんだぜ。
What does she mean? I didn't get it, but then...
ジャスオールくん。あ、いた。
Chica arrived.
どうも、今消えるんで。
はい。どうも。
Looked like she got cold feet since there was a delinquent in my room. She wasn't pretty on edge.
あれもしかして、相馬くん？
You immediately recognized her too, huh?
久しぶり、チェッカ。
嘘、久しぶり
These two had met back in the day, but you recognized her at a glance. Is this normal? Was I the majorly dense one for taking so long to piece it together? You said goodbye to Ria, who went to sleep in her room, and I headed out with Chiaka.
一回そう、リアちゃんもノーブルだったなんて、なんで言ってくれなかったのよ。
I didn't know you remembered her. So, where are we going today? I agreed to spend Christmas together, but then I bailed because of the party Maria would be attending. Today's get-together was to make up for that. Today ought to be planning to go do some Christmas, like go around looking at the decorative lights. People started doing those activities around the end of November anyway. However, Chica looked less than pleased with me. I assumed you planned to try and take me to see Torio since it's Christmas. Childhood friend I'd cut ties with after the accident that summer. Knew Chica wanted us to patch things up. Torio could have taken time off for Christmas, but today's a Sunday and our baseball club definitely has practice. Your plan went up in flames, so then what are you going to do today?
そこまで計算済み？
It was obviously a coincidence, but I wanted to avoid any Christmas get-togethers
オール
entirely.
くんってほんと性格悪いよね。
You're awfully rude.
まあ、いっか。それじゃあ隣町まで行こう。
Is something going on there?
あるホテルでね、ライトアップがすごいらしいの。来週見に行くから、その下調べも兼ねて。
Hotel? Town over.
すっごい日本庭園があるんだって。
Okay, let's go. Let's go right now.
何急に。
Come on, run for it! Come on already!
なんなのよ
本日はお時間をいただきまして
マリアさんとお話の機会を持つのにご尽力いただきましたもの。
マリアとは随分と仲良くなられたようで。
彼女と懇意な星テレビの城ヶ崎さんが学園で同じクラスですの。今後は龍蔵寺さんのお手を煩わせずとも彼女に接触できそうです。
そうですか。それでですね、今日呼び出したのは他で、巷に妙な噂が出ていたそうですね。何でも僕とあなたが将来を僕が流したんだけど。
この人が流したのよね。
このたかが噂についてソルティレージは公式に否定したそうですね。
ええ、風評は早めに立つのが常道ですから。
この件で少々こちら困っていましてね。民衆というのは勝手なもので特別仲がいいわけではないと聞くと自然と仲が悪いとやっかんでしまう。我が龍蔵寺家と貴家の間が不穏であるかのように邪推されてしまっていまして。
それは
元はといえば僕のせいだけど。
元はといえばこの人のせいよね。
そこで
はい鼻息が荒いわ。どうしたのかし。そういえばいつの間にかエルたちが周りにいない。ここがそのホテルだけど、なんかカメラ持った人多いね。今日何かあるのかな。
must be.
どうしたのオール君。誰か探してるの。
帰りなさい。現在ここの庭園は立ち入り禁止です。
だから立ち入ってはないっしょ。公共の場ですよ。勝手に追い出したらそれこそ犯罪っすよ。
エラ、
市松殿、なぜここに。
誰この美人。なんだか怖いわこの人。エルはどこへ行ったの。
あと2分話を引き延ばさなくては。なぜあんな噂をいちいち否定したのでしょ
う。ですから
放っておけばよかったことですよね。どうしていちいち。
それはですからそれが普通です。結果不利益を被ったそちらには
誰かお付き合いしてる方でもいるので。いませんよね。いたら国が黙ってませんよね。
それはおりませんけど。
じゃあどうして急に否定したので。あと1分。
What's all the commotion? Whoa, push!
わかりません。
There definitely was a seemingly famous Japanese-style guard that was encircled by a massive fleet of men. They weren't different from Ellen and Sylvie's black-suited guards. They were all adept on their feet. They had chosen pretty sloppy attire. They all had cameras in their hand. It's such a chaotic setting that Elle's group was unsure of how to respond, so we had to be in the middle of it all as we spoke. They had cameras, that must mean. Excuse me. I'm new here, so I'm not entirely sure, but is something going on here today? With a sleazy grin, I spoke to a nearby man. Outwardly looked like a completely ordinary Japanese man. It was unlikely they'd assume I was associated with Sortilege.
俺も知らねえけど、今日11時、ここでとんでもないスクープになる事件が起きるって垂れ込みがあったんだよ。ソルティレージュのお姫様がここにいるみたいだし、こりゃ大事件の匂いだぜ。
Scandal. I warned that there was some scandal events. At 11 o'clock. It wasn't even half a minute away.
あと22秒。20秒で記者たちが飛び込んでくる。その瞬間にキス。その写真が世間に回れば新たな火の玉になる。
急に否定したのは
私あと5秒。4、3。好
きな人が。
11時。ゴー。
Camera-wielding men surged into the garden with a flash avalanche.
待て貴様ら。
Ah! The incident occurred at a previously disclosed time where somewhere a member of the royalty was present. No idea how accurate these reports were, but the crowd was massive. Must have had a pretty reliable source. A Japanese citizen who led a peaceful life, but I wasn't so foolish that the word terrorism didn't come to mind when this many prerequisites were met. Al's group was preoccupied with stopping the flood of men. There was no time. All of you, keep away! Slipped at the reporter's mist and rushed into the garden. Pushed the pine trees, which hit the bank of a lake deeper within. Sylvie! Was the very first to find his way here. Inside, Sylvie was there in Japanese clothing, standing with two men. Was that man an assassin? No, a bomber? Sniper? I had no idea what would come next, but he was after Sylvie. Get down! I rushed at him without hesitation.
Imada!
The man suddenly grabbed Sylvie's shoulders. He really was an assassin? Sylvie stood there astonished. He drew his face close in closer to hers.
もらった
半径1メートルに接近。迎撃します。
Kyoto. Kaboom. Like the assassin was blown up before he could get a word in edgewise. While Kyoto may have defeated the assassin, the detonation had no real destructive force. Ah! I snatched Sylvie as he flew off to the side. We tumbled to the ground in a grandiose fashion. Flashy action movies weren't something to actually do in real life. My whole body ached after I slammed into the stone pavement. Also, what was it? My upper lip hurt. Like something had crashed into it pretty hard.
おー、シルビア王女だ取れ取れやっぱ、可愛いな
He accidentally caused a scandal.
キスしてるおい、大スクープだうわー、羨ましいでもこれが、飯の種なんでね
The onlookers were pretty noisy, but as for me personally, my brain stopped functioning the second I recognized the situation I'd found myself in. We're pressed together. Oh yeah, considering the sensation I'd felt against my mouth. Sylvie gently lifted her face. She was on top, so she could easily part from me if she did so. The sensation it seemed to linger, to cling to my mouth. A soft, squishy, melty sensation. And that brief moment would be forever etched into my memory. And she went in for another one! Why? A pleasant sensation pressed against me once more. I was obviously happy about it. But the reaction that came to mind was less joy and more why. Sylvie. She was fully aware of what she was doing right now. She knew she was doing this with me. And then, it went without saying, in the 2 hours that followed, those photos of us caused a massive uproar all over the internet.
記者は全員拿捕したのですが、あの写真はすでに回収不可能の状況です。
Like it's just somewhere in the corner like, I fucked up. You do hear them often say that democracy is the most impossible tyrant to control in all of history. El's black-suited troops surged in afterward and brought Sylvie and me to a separate room. After a short while, we were transferred here. Me and Sylvie's relationship was immensely touchy at the moment.
困ったことをしてくれましたね。
事故です、事故。
Smoke was still pluming off this man's hair-turned afro. She was going to talk it out with him first.
我々が日本の司法の外にあることはご存知ですね。シルビー様を大衆扇動に利用したとあれば、腕の一本で済む不祥事ではありませんが。
だから誤解ですって。ちょっと、王女と私の仲の良さを匂わせる記事を作らせ、我々とそちらの不仲の噂をシルビア様に対しては、一緒に日本庭園の風流を楽しもうとした。それだけ。
本当にそれだけ？
You didn't try to kiss her?
誤解。
He faced away. There was no way to prove that just how far he had intended to go. I understand that you wanted to become closer to Sylvie. How close, aside. But I don't believe that would be a great idea. Please don't try this again. This may not have been my comment to make, but Elle stood by silently and watched as I said it anyway.
申し訳なかったと思うし。しかしこちらも家や会社を守る意味でだね。
I was still spewing out excuses left and right. wasn't like I didn't get what he was saying, but that stuff doesn't make a lick of sense to me, but you really should stop making excuses. You probably had a reason for all that crap you pulled. Even if that were the case, your methods were way off base. If you wanted to get closer to Sylvie, you should have just said so from the beginning. Otherwise, how should I put this? It's really lame. If you want to win a girl's goodwill, you aim to be cool first, if you ask me. Not trying to lecture you or anything. My statement was a bit high and mighty sounding. It also hurt knowing how my rant could just as easily be applied to me.
本当に申し訳ない。
The man bowed his head to me for some reason. Elle stepped between
あの
us.
庭園には、いたずらで花火のようなものが仕掛けられており、記者たちにはその情報がリークされていた。花火に驚いたシルビー様は転んでしまい、偶然近くにいた少年と接触、転倒。その際に顎部を強く打ちましたが、怪我はなし。運悪くそばにいた龍蔵寺殿が、花火の直撃を受けて軽度の火傷。これでいかがでしょう？
十分です。
その髪、洗った方がいいでしょう。ボラルコーチェ。
こちらへお願いします。
はい。
17枚ほど版をいただく念書がございます。まずはお着替えをどうぞ。
They took him away. Okay, with that out of the way. That was one significantly larger issue remaining. That was... yeah. It was an accident, but didn't change the fact that it happened. Sylvie had been frazzled ever since earlier. I guess even a kiss, which was on par with a greeting in foreign countries, was different when it was on the lips. Well, don't worry about it. Our mouths just plopped together, that's all.
そんなわけにはいかないでしょ。ファーストキスだったのに。
Simply looking her in the eyes instantly drove her into a panic. But the same way, so I totally understood. When? Oh. Chiyoko was dragged away at the hotel, was brought in by the
つい
black
でなの
suits.
で来ていただきました。どちらももう帰って結構ですが、どうします？またホテルへと言うなら送り届けます。
どうなってるのオーロくん。ここどこ？なんでソルティレージュの領事館に？てか、あの人って、シルビア王女？はじめまして、ちえかさん、よね。オーロから話は伺ってるわ。私のこと知ってくれてる！ええ、知ってる。オーロの、とても大事な女の子。まあ、大事にはされてますけど。ごめんなさい。ゆっくり挨拶したいけれど、この後用事があって。
The entire, like, conflict will now become Sylvie thinks that he's in a relationship with Chika, and therefore is gonna be too shit scared to actually do anything. Well, he's just over here like, okay, I'm not cool enough yet. I need to become a Chad first. Inadvertently, accidentally becoming less and less of a Chad along the way. What the fuck's going on? Oh.
二人は、あのホテルに用があるのでしょ？戻った方がいいわ。
はい。
Sylvie appeared to be on the verge of tears as she looked between me and Chika. It was strange when we finally made eye contact.
オーロ。
Sylvie? Hey, Sylvie! For whatever reason, she suddenly broke out into a sprint. Quickly chased after her.
あれ？市松様、ホテルは？行っちゃった。隊長、どうしましょう。
どうするも何も、ご命令されたのだ。追いかけるしかあるまい。
はい。
急ぐ必要はありませんが。
Like Elle just knows, you know what? This is inevitable, so... Wait! Because you're running away, obviously! Hold up a second, Sylvie! And hey, wait, you're fast! Were you always this quick on your feet? was running at top speed and she was still faster than me and wearing heels. Had there been a point in me running off with her in my arms that very first day we met? Aside from the fact it brought us together. I said wait! For who knows what reason we were headed here as if we were in sync. We had both dashed at full strength and I was nearly out of stamina. Furthest I could make it was here. We both slumped to the ground. Why did you run away? We'd been repeating the same argument since earlier. It was pointless for Sylvie to run away and equally pointless for me to follow her. If I had to say, it was because we wanted to come here. We wanted to be alone. Guess that about covered it. I know, Sylvia. Let me say something first. That wasn't your first kiss. You know it wasn't. 10 years ago. Sylvia had saved me when I was drowning in the lake and Ria pulled us up. You saved us so much. Sylvie seemed to have swallowed some water and was in the middle of a coughing fit. What do we do, someone? This girl's gonna drown! She wouldn't drown now that we'd reached land, but I got scared when I saw Sylvie choking on the water in pain. Eek! Oops. CPR!
溺れてた男の子を助けようとしたら、助けた途端に唇を奪われた。日本人って意味がわからないと思ったものだわ。
I'm sorry.
あんなのはファーストキスには含めません。私のファーストキスは今日よ。イチに奪われたんじゃなくて、オーロとしたの。ファーストキスを。
Yeah. She insisted, then that worked. That wasn't the problem.
でも、オーロは気にしないでいいと思うの。事故。ただの事故なんだから。
Yeah, it was an accident, but...
私はいいから、千恵香さんのところに戻ってあげて。
Huh?
大事な人なのでしょ
Well, yeah, she is important, I guess.
ほら。
Yeah. Sylvie, don't you have the wrong idea?
車の用意ができました。どうぞ。
はいはい。うわ、すごい、リムジン。オーロくん転校先でどんな生活を送ってるんだろう。うちの経済状況じゃ絶対ありえないな。
あと、この領事館に入った日本人は誰であれ記録が必要となります。こちらに記名を。はい。
市松千恵香と。
That is her sister! Ichimatsu Chieka, I told you back at camp, but do you not remember?
聞いたことない。
We were pretty distant back when we were little too, huh? No matter how many times I protested, Chieka refused to address me as Onichan and called me Oro instead. You'd think she were the older sibling with how often she nagged at me. She definitely is important to me. But not in the way you're imagining, Sylvie. He's not the sort of person I'd want to do this with. And suddenly you fucking ghost for it? I pressed my lips against hers for the second or third time. Very first calm kiss. The very first calm kiss of my entire life was an elegant, soft sensation, entirely befitting of Sylvie. Sylvie. But,
捕まえた。
Ah! It was then that we were surrounded by a group of black-suited guards.
こちらへ、ホテルへご案内します。
Hey, wait, we were just getting to the good part! Ah! They dragged me off. Sylvie was left there, still spacey from the afterglow of our kiss, as I was pulled away from her. Yeah. Later.
奇跡の再会か。もう運命だね。
I'd like to think so. I explained the situation to Chica. By the time I'd finished, it was nighttime. I was wiped. I felt kind of tired, but I waited for her to get in touch with my cell phone in hand. With my cell phone in hand. Call came past 8 o'clock. A little late, huh?
エルたちを巻くのに手間取っちゃって。キュロちゃん77の特殊機能の一つ、インビジブルキュロちゃんをとうとう使ってしまったわ。
What the fuck is that robot? Could have just told them the truth and come out.
ダメよ。今、オーロと会う理由を知ったら、エルたちには大問題だわ。恋の一つも自由にできないんだから、お姫様って面倒よね。
The little leading up until this moment may have been a blessing in disguise. Gave us a chance to get both of our feelings in order. We had. It seemed we seemed to be on the same page. Sylvia had finally gotten her usual smile back.
それにしても、妹さんね、想像もつかなかったわ。妹さん相手にあんな私バカみたいね。
I guess you may have jumped to conclusions there. I've also got a confession to make. I actually got jealous of Irue, your brother, too.
そうなの？
Yeah.
私たちお互いに勘違いしてたの。
Looks like it. If we take that out of consideration.
いつから両思いだったのかしらね。私たち。
There was no point in hiding it now. When had it all begun? We realized we were childhood friends the second we reunited, or it didn't matter when. Our feelings were one and the same, and we act on those very feelings going forward.
好きよ、オーラ。
Same here.
知ってる？座って座って。急だったからお菓子はあまり用意できなかったのだけど。
It was nearly the latter half of December, and it was quite cold at this time of night. But we enjoyed a tea party together. After giving it some thought, I would have had to realize how I felt about Sylvie the moment we held our first secret tea party. Oh yeah, here. I pulled out the pendant from beneath my shirt. The pendant I'd gotten from Maria. I could finally use it for its original purpose. I removed the topper, the ring from its end.
オーロが持っていたの？
It was given to me just recently. She said it was for our wedding.
そうね。
Sylvie retrieved her ring as
つけて。
well. We exchanged our rings. She held out her left hand. I knew what that meant. I placed mine on her ring finger. Sylvie placed hers onto mine.
今のオーロにぴったり。すごいわね、相馬くん。10年も前に大きくなったオーロの指のサイズを当てちゃうなんて。
She really is amazing. Hang on, did you know about this, Sylvie? That this ring was made for me?
もちろんよ。私が相馬くんと一緒に作ったのよ。10年も前から知っているわ。
Huh? She knew these rings would someday serve as our wedding rings. So.
大切な初恋の思い出だわ。
Sylvie considered these rings a memory of our first love. Didn't you tell me that our first love was Soma? Huh? What? Hey, Sylvie, what's your first love?
急ごしらえだったけど、このクッキー美味しい。
Sylvie had started to munch away on sweets like always. This girl was actually pretty devilish. Oh well, that was part of why I fell for her. Didn't I mention before, Sylvie? I planned to become a diplomat someday.
ええ。
I'll just be blunt and ask, would becoming a diplomat be enough to be your future spouse? Would it take even more than that? If it would take even more than that, I'd put in the effort to reach those heights. I'd show off as much as possible if it meant Sylvie and I could be together. What?
役職は大事ではないわ。オーロ以外の相手なんて考えてないから、オーロがオーロであることが最重要事項。でも、オーロが今よりかっこいいオーロになるなら、どこまで行っても足りないと言えるわね。
Relentless! Well, that was how it should be. Would I act even cooler than before? That's just what you did when you were in love.
なんだか照れちゃうわね。あ、オーロ、 お菓子をどうぞ。
Hold on. Need to put my... Sure, we did just have dinner, so there's a little much. But we did just have dinner, so there's a little much.
いいから。ほらほら。このマフィンはね、4種類もフルーツが入ってるの。
Yo, you know what would be actually be kind of nice? If, like, Elle was standing at a distance watching, noticed the whole ring exchange, and decided, you know what? Exceptions can be made. I won't immediately bust down this party. She brought them over to me. The muffins. They were also fine, but... Okay, then Sylvie, grab those and come on over here. Probably planned to feed me. But once you got close... I went ahead and kissed her. There wouldn't be any interruptions this time, and I could enjoy myself as much as I wanted. She was soft, faintly sweet, and smelled wonderful.
このマフィン、本当に美味しいのに。
Sorry, but I guess I prefer a kiss from you over a muffin. Which would you prefer, Sylvie? The muffin you recommended or a kiss with me?
こっちに決まってるじゃない。
She pressed her lips against mine on her own. She didn't just press. The way our lips softly mashed against each other when we rubbed them together felt great too. We each jammed our lips against the other and we became entranced rubbing them together. Oh boy, sex scene! The moment everything goes white and the ... start, it's just like, ah yes, they fucked. Are you okay?
する場所を考えるべきだったわ。風邪ひきそう。
For sure. Some night's wind was freezing against our sweaty bodies. I forced my sluggish body along and got dressed. Oh, it was awesome, but I was hit with a sudden wave of exhaustion. On the other hand, Sylvie looked spaced out, and yet she had such an energetic, sweet smile.
ねえ、オーラ、私のこと好き?
Huh? Yeah, of course. That question came a little late, if you ask me, but she looked happy about it. Where the heck did this come from all of a sudden? This was embarrassing. A happy smile from someone as beautiful as Sylvie was powerfully destructive. Maybe want to hug her. So I did. Sylvie looked delighted by the gesture. Then this person said, with her usual cheerful smile,
ねえ、オーラ、これから大変なことも多いでしょうけど、変わらずに私のかっこいいオーラでいてね。
Of course. The next day, it's just like an official announcement. Sylvia is betrothed to Ichimatsu Oro. This is an official statement from Sortilege. And like, he just wakes up in the morning, like, wants to go outside of the room and is immediately fucking rushed down by the entire population of the dorm. What the fuck happened?
おはようございます、先輩。どうかした？お姫様。びっくりした。先輩が急に金髪になっておっぱいが生えたから。おはよう。お、ラジオ体操のお時間ね。ほら、もう朝よ。お姫様がいるってことは、ゆうべもカミナルさんと入れ替わりで？そうね。
Quick excuses. And then she comes out of her room.
ちょっと寝過ごしましたわ。あれ？お姉様？どうされたのです、こんな時間に。あ、ゆうべまた抜け出したとエロいなから連絡が入っておりましたが、もしや。もう、抜け出すくらいは私もいたしますけど、帰るのはその日のうちにして差し上げないと、警備部がかわいそうですわよ。ごめんなさい。ゆうべはどこにいたんですの
What should we do next? Really difficult after it caught us completely off guard. The be perfectly honest, I wasn't sure whether we should tell the others about our relationship yet. I bet those from Sylvie-Route would give us their blessing, at the very least. It would be awful if this came to light the wrong way and they separated us. Wouldn't give us their blessing. What to do?
昨日は俺の部屋。話してたらそのまま寝落ちしてさ。
Like, he basically, like, gets on his knees in front of Ria. Thank you! My head is safe!
あら、相馬くん。
Nice one.
そうでしたの。まあ、あなたとお姉様のことに口は挟みませんわ。
Me was satisfied and let us be. You're a lifesaver.
気にすんな。俺にできるレベルならフォローしてやる。ただできれば、部屋では、声を落としてください。
Alright, my neighbor had sharp ears.
一応耳栓してたから。昨日の夜中以降は聞いてないから。
Sorry, we'll be careful.
まあ、耳栓してても声がするの自体はわかるから、ついさっきまで一晩中ぶっ続けてたのは伝わったけど。なあ、シルビーがこんなに飛んだ驚いてたけど、どのくらい飛んだわけ？
Like, just like, you know, over here, like, just randomly grabs like a fucking measurement band or whatever you fucking call that. I don't know, like a proper one that pulls out like how far are we talking? Actually, do we have one down here? There's a chance. You know what, if push comes to shove, I can always do with this. Whoops, that is not what I meant to do. Fuck! Everything's going wrong. How long we fuck. How long we talking? Someone recently, like in my videos, apparently like watched it for the first time and wondered what the fuck the mannequin in the background is about. Oh, there's still the fucking corpse of the pistol. This, for those who don't know, this is like not an actual room that we use. This is basically just storage space, and me wanting to have my own peace and quiet while on the PC, decided to just set it up down here. So I'm basically just in the storage room here whenever I record. So random things like this corpse of a pistol just kind of show up down here. I'd buy like more props if I had the money. But I would prefer using the money for other things. Anyways, no comment.
へえ、シルビーとオーロがとうとうね。
Oh no. Where did you pop out from? Finn was smirking with this all-knowing grin. I guess it was futile to hide this from her. Even if we tried, I bet Sylvie would have told her in no time.
まあ、そのうちそうなるとは思ってたけど、割とスムーズにいったようで。
It wasn't smooth, it was a lot of work.
どの辺？
For example, it wasn't anything much. Although neither of us could take the last step forward due to a string of mutual misunderstandings.
なに、ほら。
Well, we have always loved each other from the very start.
あるんだね。あるんだね。こういうことが。はい。
We called Chica back over today, partially to fully fill her in on what happened yesterday. Considering 2 full days had passed, all the tension Chica had felt due to the consulate had dissipated.
本物だ。ええ、本物のシルビア・ル・クルスクラウンよ。
Is she gonna ask her to call her Onesama?
お オーロ君の女運は底が知れないね。
Maybe what I'm lacking in the little sister apartment was made up for with my lady. Well, was made up for with lady friends.
何を
What about it? What is it, Sylvie?
二人の仲をいぶかっていた昨日までの私がおかしくて。でも、勘違いしたのは私のせいじゃなかったわ。二人がこんなに仲良しさんだからよ。
Knock it off. Jake and I were seriously just ordinary siblings and weren't especially close or anything.
ご兄弟であることは最初調べた時から存じておりましたが、千恵香殿は一末、オーロ殿のことを兄上などとは呼称せぬのですね。
そうね。日本では親族であれば、両親だけでなく、兄弟姉妹もそうした呼び方をすると聞いたのだけど。私も昔は、オーロ君のことをそうやって呼んでたんですけど。
That's when you started calling me Orokun out of nowhere! Yeesh, my little sister, you're awfully conceited.
お兄ちゃん。
What is it, Jika?
あらあら。
一末殿の顔が、見るも凄まじいことに。
What is Jika? Do you want something from your Oni-chan? I'll do whatever you
まあ、
want.
こんな感じでキモくなるから、オーロ君のためを思ってやめてるんです。
What do you mean, gross? What a gruesome sister.
まさかの、オーロに問題があったパターン。
これは見抜けませんでした。
まあ、私とオーロ君のことはともかく、王女様、握手してもらっていいです？はい？ええ、もちろん。シルビア様に触っちゃったー！喜んでくれて何よりよ。
Like the usual, like, glad you're happy! I was prepared for this since my girlfriend was a public figure, but it was still embarrassing when my relatives got so worked up over her.
オーロ君から聞いてるかな？私、音楽やってて。ええ、知っているわ。軽音楽よね。はい。シルビア様のピアノも何度も聴いてます。まあ、嬉しい。
Huh. You made a connection to an unexpected venue.
あなたたちの音楽にも興味があるわ。軽音楽というのはバンド活動なのよね。
I really need to earlier someone told me like, hey, you really should like cut your toenails, but then food was ready, and after I ate, I was like, wasn't there something I was supposed to do? Oh yeah, right, I need to get ready for recording. And then just now, I accidentally hurt my toenail just now because of the way I put my foot, and I immediately regretted forgetting that. I really need to do that once I'm done here.
はい、そっちはもうやめたんですけど。そうね。三山沙織さんだったかしら。ギターが抜けて活動できないのよね。はい。
The mood took a slight turn for the worse, but...
シルビー様の名は音楽を志す者の世界では有名であるとは知っていましたが、まさか日本でもっとは驚きです。
Same here, especially since Jika's never mentioned it even once.
それはオーロ君がクラシック系統に全然興味ないからでしょ。
Oh. With a drastic change of subject, Jika returned to her usual self. Back to my obnoxious old sister.
たくオーロ君は中学まで第九とか運命を作曲したのはシューベルトって言ってたよね。
Oh, shut up! The names are similar. Schubert and Mozart.
第九や運命はベートーベンです。
I'm not sure that I would shy away anytime someone brought up piano recitals up until I met Sylvie.
音楽は基本可愛い子が歌ってるかどうかだもんね。棟梁くんといい。ほんと男ってやつは。
Jika shrugged. Sylvie now giggled. Damn it, this made me look so lame in front of Sylvie. Well, that thought ran through my mind.
棟梁くんって、オーロの幼馴染だっけ？はい。オーロくんの友達で。
She blushed and let out an awkward laugh. He's her boyfriend.
そうなの？ 付き合おうかオッケー程度の関係ですけど。
You two haven't made any progress yet?
うっさいな。仕方ないでしょ、棟梁くんいつも忙しそうなんだから。
Talk about pure. Then again, I probably moved faster than most guys since I made love to a princess on the same day we confessed our feelings to one another. Our on Christmas, was it? Go tell Torio to make his move already.
こんなところでなんてこと
She blushed bright red and became mindful of Sylvie and Elle. Yeah, it was a little
ク
vulgar.
リスマスのは、イルミネーション見に行くだけ。それに、そのイルミネーションも中止になったし、他の予定入れるよ。あのホテルのイルミネーション、中止になったの？
テロが囁かれる出火事件が起きたため、今年は中止となりました。
そうなんだ。残念ね。
金銭的には龍蔵寺が補填するはずですが、イベントを楽しみにしていた方には良くない結果です。
The ladies in the group were upset.
でも、オール君はどうでもいいって顔だね。
It's nothing like that?
イルミネーションなんてどうでもいいよって顔。これだから、男ってやつは。
Oh, shut up! Tori would say the same thing. Speaking from a man's point of view, I'd rather go someplace warm and enjoy a delicious meal than get involved in some shiny, sparkly, ultra-romantic light show.
ほんとデリカシーのない。オール君、こんなことで彼女できるのかしら。あら。シルビア様、クラス同じなんでしょ？どうですか、うちのオール君。仲のいい女の子とかいます？もちろんよ。
This conversation is veering in an awful direction. Sylvie?
オーラはとっても素敵だから、みんな大好きになるわ。私もこんなに大好きになったもの。は？
Sylvie clung to my arm. Calm down, we can still play this off.
そうね。妹さんだもの、教えておかないと。私、あなたのお兄さん、オーラが大好きよ。
She gave me a smooch on the cheek. Okay. Now she'd gone and done it. Okay, Elle just coming in like ready to fucking break his kneecaps.
エルもいるんだった。
市松殿
Calm down, Elle. First take a deep breath, then write a pledge stating you won't take my life. Sylvie and I had hidden our relationship from Mina, but I really wanted to keep it a secret from Elle for a little while longer, namely because I expected this sort of outcome. I gently told Rena not to say anything either, but
間違えちゃった。
You're cute, so I'll forgive you, Sylvie. With that said, please stand between us so Elle doesn't kill me.
オーラ君、マジで
Yeah, it's for real. Oh yeah, Chica, if anything happens to me, tell Mom and Dad that your big brother found happiness. Ella's she has just gone catatonic.
あら、エル、放心状態だわ。
Oh, I think she's just reached nirvana from the look of her, based off the look on her face. I assumed Elle would be so magic burst into flames, but this surpassed all of my expectations. Looks like I was safe, and I didn't need to worry about her instantly lopping my arm off anymore.
エル、しっかりして。
はい。落ち着きましょう、冷静に。騎士院は、王室に起こりうるすべての状況に対応します。必然、こうなる可能性もなくはないと想定していました。
You have?
ちなみにそうなった時は、市松殿を国へ連れ帰り、生涯日の届かぬ牢に幽閉すべきとの意見が現在優勢です。
Haha! Guess it's fine as long as you don't rip my arm off.
もちろん腕は取った上で。
Whoa, strict. Been pretty pampered these days, but this reminded me I was in a bizarre situation from the second I enrolled at Noble Academy.
ですので落ち着きましょう。戒厳令を敷きます。このことは決して表に漏れないように。
そうね。そうした方がいいわ。このことは秘密よ。いいわね、オーロ、エル、チエカちゃん。あとさっきから護衛でついてる、エキスナ、ボラルコーチェ、キャシー、ブランコ、ネクロ、ロホ、エスカル、アスル、プルフラ、ベルデ、アマリーリョ、マロン。いいわね。
はい。
いっぱいいる。
That was a line of black suited gods standing nearby.
そうでした。 昨べシルビー様が夜勝手に抜け出したので、今日は護衛を限界でつけていたのでした。
Talk about bad timing. I'd rushed into things head first, and I should have expected there to be a day I'd live to regret it. But I never thought it would come so soon. Would have come so soon. Maybe I should leave my sister. Well, seems begun to think that, but
みんな驚かせたと思うけれど、私はオーロを本気で愛しています。祝福せよとは申しません。しかし理解はしてください。私は彼に惹かれ、思いを遂げました。故に皆が彼に危害を及ぼすようであれば、皆の思う通りの反応があることも理解するように。私から言うことは以上です。あとは各々で整理してください。
in a complete shift, unlike myself, Sylvie made that declaration in a dignified tone. She was unexpectedly cool, in my opinion. And I wasn't the only one who felt that way.
我らはシルビア王女に忠誠を誓った者。王女のお気持ちを害することなどありえませぬ。
Like all the guards over here, like, while Elle is basically like fuming all the guards, like, ha ha ha! So when's the wedding?
祝福しますよ。おめでとうございます、シルビア様。
Every single black suited guard applauded.
ありがとう、みんな。
Sylvie went back to her usual lax self. It was a pretty drastic shift, even at this stage, it left me stunned.
オーロ君、改めて、マジでこの人と？
Yeah, I guess so. I've made a pretty outrageous going to my girlfriend if I did say so myself.
まあ、こうなってしまった以上仕方ありませんね。
Are you sure?
留学が決まった時から可能性の一つではあったことです。ソルティレージュの王室は自由恋愛を推奨しているし、問題ないでしょう。追っている絵に適当に下地を作らせておきます。
Alright. I got the scared person's approval.
個人的に、貴公に対する信頼の気持ちがかなり大きく揺らいだのは確かですが。
I'm sorry. She was still scary though. Either way, I'd managed to overcome what I believed to be the most troubling hurdle with unexpected ease. We had taken the very first step towards a trouble-free relationship. Some tells me it's not over.
結婚はすんの？
Told you we just took our first step. It's a little soon to talk about where we'll end up.
俺は別にお前らがずっこんばっこんやることを応援してるわけじゃないからな。結婚してあの約束を守ってもらうために応援してきたんだから。
Promise?
ああ、お前は知らないか。気にしなくていい。
She dodged the subject.
だから最終的に結婚の準備をしてもらわなきゃ困る。ふふふ。シルビーのおっぱいは敏感だな。いやん、オーロ。そんなに引っ張っちゃダメ。ここはそうは言ってないぜ。みたいなことはどうでもいい。
If you don't care, then don't listen.
聞こえたもんはしゃあねえだろ。あいつっておっぱい敏感なの？
Her nipples are super sensitive.
とにかく今日はシルビーは
No real surprise, she couldn't stay over today. Heck, she probably won't be able to come by for a while, especially now that the people from her estate found out about us. I bet surveillance would become even stricter too. We had earned the understanding of Elle's group, the strictest of all, but that meant her security detail would be that much harsher to compensate for it. It was rough being a princess.
ま、でもハッピーエンドになってくれてよかった。
Lydia gave me a hearty laugh. This bitter woman was unusually overjoyed.
これでも思い残したことねえや。やりたかったことは全部終わった。
Lydia looked very exhausted. She had no regrets. Does that mean...
マリアが引退？
を考えているそうです。
ホテルへの賠償だけで株主総会で袋叩きなのに。
すぐにとは言っていません。城ヶ崎のお嬢さんが遺留するでしょうから、今後ゆっくりと露出を減らしてという形でしょうね。
そんな、うちの芸能事業の柱なのに。
というか、 龍蔵寺はマスコミ戦術に強いだけで、芸能事業は燦々たるありさま。彼女、
せっかく音楽業界にコネもできて、これからバンバン押していこうと思ってたのに。
そのゴリ押しされるのが嫌だから、始まる前に逃げた感もありますけどね。
はあ、どうしよう。なんとか音楽で新しいスターを見つけない。あ、シルビア様、ピアノで商売する気ないかな。
うちに扱える玉じゃないでしょ。
だよね。
金色ラブリッチ
How funny would it be if like in his desperation to find like a new music star, he just like happens upon Chieka and is like, she's the next diva. And then Or just sits there like, so now not only are my two childhood friends, one a princess, another an ex-diva now, I guess. But now my little sister is a diva as well. What the fuck is going on with my life? Help. I mean, I guess in a way I could call me a prince now too. It's basically set in stone and I'm gonna be marrying Sylvie. What has happened of my life? Monday the 18th.
いよいよ冬休みですね。
Sure is.
先輩すごい元気。
Of course, it's exciting since it means our vacation's about to start.
そうですか。
Oh, you're not looking forward to it, Akane?
長いお休みに入ると、友達と会いにくくなるから。
Many students at Noble Academy, especially the girls in the dorm, went straight home whenever we were on break. Those in the dorm probably had families that lived far away, and it had to be difficult for them to freely see and spend time with them.
お父さんとお母さんに会えるのは嬉しいんですけどね。
When are you going home?
来週かな。しばらく寮で大掃除とかをしちゃって、それからです。
What the fuck is going on over here? Oh. I see. Chica insisted I visit my parents on New Year's, so I'd probably head home at the last possible second. Wonder how much time I'd have to see Sylvie. Imagine my winter break schedule sounded rough. But hey, winter break's still the best.
今日の先輩、なんだか可愛い。
End of term ceremony always makes me feel like a little kid again. Woohoo! Come on, Akane! Woohoo with me!
ひゃっほー。あれなぜでしょう。胸にバーニングが戻ったような。
Oh no. That's the power of winter break. Or maybe expelling all that pent-up energy from your belly was enough to work a person up.
そうですね。へこんでても楽しくないです。ひゃっほーい。
Woohoo!
朝からうるさい。すいません。ひゃっ
Oh, sorry.
ほーい。
Excited students suddenly joined our ranks.
冬休み
Winter break.
いやっは
Clap, clap. Woohoo!
楽しそうで何よりです。
What's wrong, Kikuchi? You look down in the dumps.
僕が将来録音時グループを引き継ぐ時のテストケースとして管理能力を試しているホテルで企画していたイベントが一つ流れてしまいまして。このクリスマスにイルミネーションで集客を図り、一大イベントとするはずだったのですが、イベントは中止。自慢だった日本庭園は踏み荒らされてぐちゃぐちゃ。困ったものです。まあ、シルビアさんが事件に巻き込まれたと聞きましたが、お怪我がないのは良かったです。ですが、なんと言っても痛いのは、これですね。
You showed me a smartphone.
現在世間様を騒がせている事件の場所とあって、興味本位な下世話な野獣馬が殺到していまして、うちのホテルがおかしな方向に注目されないか不安です。
Sorry.
何か策を打たないと。やはり率直に人の印象を変えるには、食でしょうか。
Elle's group had learned about our relationship directly, but as for everyone else...
おーい、市松お前、本当にこれ
なに二人できてんの
he just walks into the classroom, suddenly he gets mobbed, just empty glare into the distance, like no comment, 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 no comment. Our classmates rushed over with a tabloid in hand, which had published a story about our kiss. That was how our classmates found out. What should we do? It wasn't as if we could make it through this by saying it was an accident, but...
くだらないゴシップだわ。こんなの信じる方が。私とオーロは将来を誓い合ったわ。
Whenever this happened, Sylvie told the full truth. Oh boy! In a matter of mere days, all of Japan learned about our relationship.
それでは、本学期の成績表を配ります。
The air felt heavy. Not that I had high hopes for my grades anyway. I've been hitting the books like crazy lately to make my dream of becoming a diplomat a reality, but the damage may have already been done and my efforts were in vain. There was one thing I was curious about, though. There was a comprehensive evaluation category on every Noble Academy report card. It was unique in this institution. That single grade was based solely on the students' expert planning classes and were favored over their other studies. That didn't mean you could neglect your other classes, as they valued devotion to one's schoolwork. But it wouldn't miss the entire point of this academy if a student were to solely focus on their studies and ignored their expert planning classes. To that end, it was a complete evaluation of your general studies and accomplishments from your expert planning course. It also served as your ranking at Noble Academy. That evaluation came in 4 grades, from A to D. A meant you did well. B meant you put in a decent effort. C meant you should work hard going forward. And a D required special attention. The concept of repeating a year or expulsion was essentially non-existent at Noble Academy. Any judgments that would result in repeating a year or expulsion from typical academies would be reflected in this D evaluation. This didn't come with any sort of penalties, but was unmistakably the brand of a failure. My goal was to become a diplomat. I'd obviously like to avoid that.
市松オーロくん。
Yes, I was a little nervous. The rating was a...
C.
Don't look. She blurted out thoughtlessly. A C, huh? My goodness.
学業は極めて不真面目。家庭での自主的な学習が望まれる。散々だね。
Shut up.
気にすんない。私もひどいもんだから。
She whipped out a report card. She was putting in the effort with her expert planning course, but her grades were less than stellar.
しかし、最近学習意欲向上の様子が見られる。
More or less. Improved will, but that was enough to give me confidence. Not that I knew yet whether it would lead to any results.
加えて、エキスパートプランに対する意気込みの高さは他の生徒の模範にもなるほどである。
What's this expert planning course?
学業にも同程度の意気込みを望む。あれ、オーロ、エキスパートプランやってたっけ？
Oh, yeah, recently.
何？
It's a secret. It was no big deal.
2学期最後だし、心残りがないように今日は目いっぱい楽しみましょうか。
Our expert planning classes were still in session even after the end of term ceremony. Sylvie would probably be free for a while, and she seemed to be having a fun time with those music girls. As for me, what should I do? This was a rare occasion, so I felt like going to listen to Sylvie's play.
ねえねえ、ところでシルビア様、例の彼とのこと、どうなのですか？どうって？キスをされたのでしょ？ああ。とっても素敵だったわ。
Nah, this wasn't a setting I could walk in on. I decided to go my own way.
シルビー様、そろそろ。
でも、まだオーロが。
あちらもあちらで、エキスパートプランが忙しいのでしょう。それより、今日は重要な会食があります。どうかお早く。
オーロに会いたい。
お気持ちはわかりますが、こちらからは何も言わない代わり、仕事はきちんとすると約束したはずですよ。
はーい。
I'm beat. Made my way out of the school gates at about the same time, the rear end of Sylvie's favorite limousine went out of sight. I missed her, I wished I walked out half a minute sooner. Oh well, I could see Sylvie any time after all.
それでね、3日間ワシントンに飛ぶことになったの。
Right.
エル、どうしても行かなきゃダメ？
クリスマスを明けるためにと、大統領のスケジュールに無理を言ったのです。どうしてもです。
Well, it's your job as a princess. It's just the way the world works. And as for when you will return...
21日。
Today was the 18th, and she was going to be traveling quite a ways off.
市松殿、よろしいですか？
Yes. I suddenly heard Elle's voice.
申し訳ないですが、お話しした通りです。よくは思われないでしょうが、これが姫様の日常であるとご留意ください。
Okay. It hurt a little knowing this trend would continue.
伝達は以上。それでは。ああ、この期間に課題や部屋の大掃除をしておくのをお勧めします。21日以降も姫様は予定が詰まっています。得られた時間は無駄にせぬように。
またね、オーロ。
What the fuck? Call ended, but this sucks. She's right here? My brand new girlfriend was gone, and all I had left was homework. So this wasn't Elle's way of being mean. I actually thought her encouraging me to do these assignments was her supportive side showing through. What could you do? Time to get to work. She's still there all of a sudden, though!
金色ラブリッチェ。
What the fuck?
おはよう。お姉様が海外だそうで退屈をしているんじゃ。ああ、頭から煙を出してどうしましたの？
Oh, Mina. Oh, morning already?
朝ですわ。何ですの？徹夜してましたの？
I didn't pull an all-nighter, no. I eventually nodded off.
は？
Heck is There's a guy like me who can't even keep up with the academy studies supposed to do this homework just because I've been working really hard lately. How comical! Given the occasion, I plopped down at my desk to check my homework. However, after several minutes had passed, the formulas became incomprehensible, and I'd quickly thrown in the towel. I guess my thoughts were about to short circuit since I wanted to see Sylvia right now.
ただの知恵熱でしょう。
I wonder what Sylvia's doing right now.
勉強してれば、月の光にでも導かれて何度も巡り会えますわよ。ほら、教えて差し上げますわ。どこですの？
Huh? But there's a second year
2
assignment.
年の問題くらいわかりますわよ。1年で習ったところをちょちょいと応用するだけですわ。例えばこの問題。こうし、ほら。
She solved it. Actually, it might not be so bizarre when you consider how brilliant Mina was. Sylvie got nearly straight 100s on her tests too, and this was her little sister. But
ほら、席におつきなさいな。なんですのそのお顔は。どこか不満でして。
being schooled by someone younger than you is a huge blow to the ego.
あら、あなたにもプライドがありましたのね。大変よろしいことですわ。
Wow, that was rude. Even if I had become her sister's boyfriend, Mina still hadn't accepted me just yet. Well, I did think things with her were fine this way.
私も暇ではありませんので、どうしても嫌ならやめますけど。
Probably better to have her do to me, but I just couldn't cast away my pride. What should I do here? But I was puzzling over it.
はいはいはいはい。オーロがいらないならこっちお願いします、先生。あら。いやー、オーロよりはできるつもりだけど、この課題難易度高くてさ。教えて、お願い、ティーチャー。はいはい。
Okay. Reference. Wait, in that case, please help me too. When Lorena turned up, it lowered the psychological hurdle. With that, I spent my whole day studying.
だいぶ進んだね。冬休みは課題も多くありませんので、このペースなら明日には終わりますわね。
I thought fire was going to spout from my head, but I'm really grateful you helped us get through it.
はい、コーヒー牛乳。コールドだから頭詰めたんだよ。
Well, instead of drinking, he just grabs and dumps it over his head. Thanks.
にしても、神にゃんはすごいね。2年生の問題を。王族たるもの、学力も相応に必要とされます。お姫様がバカでは困るでしょ？
I got the feeling there are plenty of examples of foolish political figures, though. Not that I would name any specific country, celebrity, politician, or otherwise.
私は嫌なのです。
Trump! What?
特に昔から頑張り屋のシルビーお姉様を見て育ってきましたもの。どうしても。
Mina flashed us a quick
大
smile.
人だね。私には真似できんよ。
Me neither. Japanese people might just be lax.
別に大人ではございませんわ。
She brushed her hair upwards. Mina was really cool today. Definitely had a mature feel to her.
ところでゲロ。
Huh?
お姉様とは、どうなってまして？いえ、お付き合いのことは聞きましたけど、どこまで、とか。
I reserve the right to silence.
ああ、それ、私も聞きたい。
The topic suddenly veered in a strange direction. She seemed like a mature woman, but I guess she was still just a girl. Sounded like she was quite curious when it came to stuff like
こっ
this.
ちもそこらへん興味あるさね。
Okay, I finally completely broke it. That's what you get when you buy like cheap plastic fans. No, better not do that. That would just kill me. This ain't getting fixed anymore. Landed on the fucking GameCube controller.
お姫様となんてすごいです先輩。ドキドキ、ワクワク。
Quit multiplying! I was surrounded in an instant.
ほれほれ、観念しろしろ。シルビーとはどこまで行ったんだ？
I obviously couldn't tell them we'd had sex or anything. But if I misspoke, they'd probably piece it together. Keeping quiet was my only option.
言えおら言え
My silence prompted Dana to raise her voice. Damn it, I couldn't even run around with her own pants so tight. It's tightly around me. What should I do?
白状なさいな。私には知る権利、いえ、義務がございますわ。
I'm telling
キ
you.
スの写真は見ましたわ。あれが第一歩ってことは、今頃はもう。おやおや。こいつは色っぽい話だね。先輩、本当ですか？本当にですか、先輩。
I'm telling you.
あなた、まさか。
They figured me out.
手をつないだんですの？
How dare you? How dare you accuse your older sister of acting like a slut? Or not?
キスなんて究極的なことを済ませたんですもの。もう、手とか繋いじゃってるんでしょ。白状なさい。
She's enjoyed it.
まさかそれよ
She's
り上。
enjoying it.
ハグとか。
By God, she's innocent.
エッチですわ。
Why does she seem so happy about it? Why does she seem so happy about it?
カミニャンさん、キスは究極的なとこじゃないと思うけど、むしろ入り口？知らない。何言ってますの。男女のすることでキスを済ませたら、次は婚約しかありませんわ。
Reminds me, Sylvie thought sex was non-existent outside of marriage, and Mina was her sister. Doesn't sound like she knew anything about sex.
さあ、おっしゃいなさい。どこまでしたんですの？まあ、聞かないどいてあげますか。オーロと、もう一人の子のために。
Everyone else had read the room and decided they mustn't defile a girl's pure white heart. I was safe thanks to a girl even more immature than Sylvie.
金色ラブリッチェ。
おいっす。
Alright. It was the second day of winter break, and he came around later that evening.
朝からうるさかったけど何やってたん？
Homework. I pointed over to the table. Thanks to Mina's intense tutoring the past couple of days, I had just finished a little while ago. My brain feels like it's on fire.
どうりでこの部屋煙たいと思ったら、この部屋が煙たいのはイチのせいなんだよな。ってことはもうちょっと煙たくしても。
First, it sucked to deal with the smoke smell. Second, there's no actual smoke in here, so put the cigarettes away. Quitting sounds rough.
なんか鼻が変になってきた。
It's about the time your nicotine-addled nostrils clear up and you start to become bothered by the tobacco scent that's sunk into your own mouth, huh? Quitting smoking also makes one's lungs feel lighter, increase their appetite, and start to desire sweets and stuff, since they crave to have something in their mouth. Hold on. Sounded like the toughest stage of quitting was upon her. Well, hang in there a while longer. Christmas is right around the corner. We should keep it up even after Christmas is over.
それがいいんだろうけど、無理っぽい。
Leah was so dispirited today that she wasn't even lashing out with her usual sarcasm. It was kind of cute.
シルビーは？
She'll be home tomorrow, I think. I'll probably get to see her the day after tomorrow. Oh, she's gonna be down in the dumps with her. The two of us sighed simultaneously.
元気ねえな。
Not as much as you are. I used up what energy I had left on my homework. Okay, it's hard. Sylvie's much smarter than me, and it's starting to weigh me down a little. I didn't need a test to confirm those suspicions. Sylvie was extraordinarily skilled in every perceivable way. She was intelligent, athletic, and a gifted pianist. I was sure it was innate to an extent, but the effort she put in to expand her horizons also played a large part. My concern was as to whether I was a good match for her grew bigger every day.
今さらなんだよ。身分の違いなんて最初から分かってただろ。
Fucking mosquitoes. It's not about that. I braced myself on that aspect from the very beginning. The issue was our specifications, or what you might call our talents or attribute points. If I were to put it simply, she's super cool, isn't she?
うん。
I had no idea what word to use that would accurately describe someone as lovely as Sylvie, but she really was cool. Sylvie could do anything, and she took everything she did for granted. Not only was being capable of that cool, the way she took everything head on with no hesitation only made her even cooler in my eyes. Ellen the Knights. I suppose the girls from a musical group. Probably liked her so much because they were all drawn to how cool she was. And that likely went for me as well. I doubt we're on equal footing.
なんだ、そんなこと気にしてんのか。
How do you feel about it?
どう思うも何も、世界中の誰に聞いても、お前とあいつが釣り合うっていうやつは一人もいねえよ。
I was hoping you'd console me, actually.
でも事実じゃん。お前があいつと釣り合う要素なんかある？
Felt like crying.
な？
We're friends, right? Are you telling me you're the sort of person who'd pour salt on a friend's wounds when he's already on the verge of bursting into tears?
はいはい。おー、かわいそうでちゅね、いちちゃんは。はーい、なでなでしてあげまちゅよ。はーい、なでなで。おっぱい飲みたいでちゅか？ママのあげまちょうね。何その顔。
That baby plaything got me going a little.
わ、キモ。本気で心が弱ってるっぽいな。
It's not a big deal, and I don't want to nom on some boobies. I bet nothing would come out of them anyway.
殺すぞ。
Simple yet terrifying.
まあでも、スペック上釣り合うのは難しいだろうけどさ。その分カッコつけていけばいいんじゃね？シルビーがお前をかっこいいと思ってれば、それで釣り合いは取れてんだろ。
That's one thing I'm least confident in. So if we can accomplish anything she puts her mind to, it looks really cool when she actually does show off. I can't do that. I wouldn't look nearly as cool even if I tried. My protecting her initially was based on some misunderstanding, and the terrorist incident only caused problems for the people around me. It was the same even in the past. It might be the one aspect where we're the least equal. Lydia headed back to her place, and I was now alone. I'd been depressed all day. Not getting to see her for 2 straight days since the start of vacation may have been starting to take its toll on me. That was a fucking mosquito again. Just 2 measly days. The fact she was a princess was irrelevant. Even if I hadn't gotten to see her, it had been an ordinary couple of days. So why was this bugging me so much? Maybe it was because I had no confidence in myself. Someone was knocking on my window. Who was it? I was the door for originally, so the only person who would come to get me at the window was Auckland in the mornings. Who was it? Opened the window and found. Ah!
来ちゃった。で、寒いわ、オーロ。さっきから歯がガチガチ言ってるわ。
Right, come in. It was the least likely of suspects, Sylvie. Outside the window was as cold as you'd expect on a December night, and it was windy to boot. It must have been beyond harsh out there without a coat. Aren't you supposed to be back tomorrow?
早くオーロに会いたくて、自家用ジェットをちょっと無駄遣いしちゃった。
It made me happy, but the scale of that comment was too big for my pea brain to handle. Why come in through the window?
私が行方をくらましたから、この寮にはすぐに見張りが行くと思って隠れてきたの。
I see, you gave them the slip, huh? The phone rang with perfect timing. It was a call from Mel.
もしもし、市松殿ですか？シルビー様が護衛の目を盗んでお姿を消したのです。ご存知ありませんか？
I looked at Sylvie. She mouthed the words.
お任して。
You've got it. She called earlier and asked to meet up at the school, which is where we are now. It'd be great if you could keep watching without interfering.
はあ、よかった。 誘拐ではないのですね。全軍出撃！ノーブル学園だ！
Troops? Well, now the situation sounded like it was unfolding on the other end of the line, but what are you up to, Sylvie? I was going to scold you.
知らないわ。エルったらうるさいんだもの。オーロに会いたいって言っても、仕事がどうだ、公務がどうだって。
I couldn't really find any fault with that. Let's make sure not to worry her too much.
はーい。
For all the gloomy scowls, I was sure she felt like she'd done something wrong. Sylvie was so admirable. Being at work, will that be alright?
国防省に繋がっている企業がどっちと提携してどうだって言い争ってるだけだから。
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Sylvia said it was all good, then fine, I guess.
それより、オーロ、
Sylvie shut the room's curtains.
いいかしら。エルのことだからこの部屋、人がいるかくらいは見に来ると思うの。
No lights should leak out with the lined curtains closed. Pretending to be out, huh? I got you a drink.
ありがとう。
Got her some hot milk and handed it to her. Sylvie took a breath.
ごめんね、オーロ。もっと頻繁に会いたいのだけど、
Oops.
エルたちがうるさいの。
Not much we can do about it. It's their job and all. She probably wanted me to take her side as her cheeks immediately puffed up. So cute.
こんなことならお姫様なんてならずに、普通の子に生まれてくるべきだったわ。
In that case, I should have been born the prince of some country instead of an ordinary Japanese citizen.
そう、私だけの王子様に生まれたオーロが悪いわ。
She sat down all smiles. I was well aware of how much she loved me. I took a seat on the bed. So, Sylvie, did you really just sneak out today? You only came to see me?
どうしてもオーロと二人でお話ししたかったから。
I see. Didn't sound like anything was especially wrong, at least. Good then. I would keep her company until Elle found us. Come here, Sylvie. Patted my lap. Come here.
オーロ、そんな子供みたいよ。
You won't come over?
お邪魔します。
It was only at moments like these where Sylvie sat down with the quiet refinement resembling that of a princess. The wonderful sensation of her butt squished against my lap. Go ahead, lean in, lean in.
持たれるってオーロに？
Like this, squeeze! I hugged her. Sylvie's face went red, half out of happiness and half out of surprise. How do you like it, princess? There's a throne custom ordered especially for you.
いいわね。よろしくてよ。
Despite her shy, awkward behavior, she didn't seem to dislike it. It's warmer this way, too.
そういうこと。
I assumed hot milk would be plenty, but this would definitely be warmer.
確かに暖かいわ。さすがオーロね。この状況にぴったりの玉座を見繕ってくれるなんて。
You bet.
良きに計らえたわ。
Sylvia had given her consent, so she must have felt better now and leaned her full weight on me. Good. Glad to hear you are pleased, princess. Fortunately, princess, this throne has a defect.
結婚？
Place practical jokes upon those who sit upon it. Wrapped both arms around her. One around her belly and the other around her neck. Sylvia's body was held in place perfectly.
もう、こら、オーロ。
It's not me, the throne is running amok.
変な言い訳を。この玉座は、どうやったら外れるの？
Just tell it to let it go and to let you go and it will.
さあ、なら、もうしばらくしたら言うことにするわ。
As I embraced her, she happily nuzzled her back against me. Nuzzle, nuzzle. Nuzzled back at her as well.
いや、もう。オーラの体、あったかいわ。
That is what matters most. I squeezed her even tighter. Sylvie looked even happier. In which case, I went with the flow and brought both hands to her chest. Rub, rub. Whoops. She struggled a little. All of a sudden, held it go. Did you not like it?
もう、オーラのエッチ。
Despite how stalled she was, she leaned back against me once again. His reaction meant squish. Touched her chest over her clothes again and gave her hefty mounds a quick rub. With her shoulders and back pressed against me, I could tell just how rigid she was from this newfound sensation. She was nervous. Sylvie, do you dislike having your boobs touched?
そんなことはないわ。オーロに体を触ってもらうの好きよ。
She hesitated a bit, but did say as much. Didn't sound like a lie. So if I were to caress her chest again... You are kinda tense.
ごめんなさい。触ってもらうのは好きなのだけれど、エッチなことをされるんだって思うと、なんだか体がこわばってしまうの。こわばるというか、気負うというか、何なのかしら、この感じ。
Sylvie-Route probably picked that you're inexperienced. Between sitting on my lap and nuzzling me with her back, she seemed to love the sort of contact that children would enjoy. But when it came to anything naughty, anything she deemed sexual, made her tense. Normally so quirky, but a late bloomer only when it comes to erotic things. Outstandingly princess-like in a certain sense. Don't make a strange face like that, there's nothing wrong with it. Put my hands on her belly and back. Love to touch you like this. Like that and that. Gave her a ticklish caress all over. She could comfortably accept that as long as it wasn't anywhere sexually related, like a chest or crotch. She looked delighted. In which case, this was plenty. Or so I thought.
でも、オーロは触りたいのでしょ?
Nah, it's fine, really. Whether it was her boobs, or the nape of her neck, or her belly. Didn't change the fact that it was still the skin of a princess that you'd ordinarily never be able to touch. It was just as fun to touch all of it, but...
エッチなことしたいの、わかるわ。だって。
Without warning, she wiggled her butt against my squishy backside, rubbed and squashed against my crotch. Stimulated a certain stiff something within and made me let out a bizarre groan.
ね?
You noticed?
最初座った時から気づいてるわ。
It would be obvious if she sat down on my lap.
そのエッチなことはちょっと緊張しちゃうけど、でもオーロが一番したいことを私もしたいの。これは本心よ。
Right. I knew that.
そうだ。
Huh? She suddenly started to squirm her way out of my embrace.
レーナに聞いて知っているわ。男の人はこういうことをすると喜ぶって。
Oh no. What? Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Thanks to how quickly Sylvie-Route told me yesterday.
今日は朝から一緒できるわね。
Yeah. This was a happy side effect. We did have a rather scary-looking escort, though.
どったエルチン。さっきから怖い顔して。
いいえ、なるべく応援すると決めた矢先ですが、私には難しそうなことを再確認しました。
Sylvie blatantly preferred me over work at this point. That would be an issue from Elle's point of view. On the flip side, it would kinda suck if she gave work preference over me, so I hoped we could find some sort of middle ground in time now.
もうエルったらいいじゃないの。やるべきことは済ませたはずよ。
それは、はい。
Sylvie's assertiveness was understandable, as it would be an entirely different story if she'd skipped out on work and she left little room for Elle to complain.
ほら、むすっとしてないで。美味しいものでも食べに行きましょう。
はあ。
レーナも行くわよね。みんな、どこか行きたいところあるかしら。
おっしゃー、うまいもん食べたい。
いくつか興味を惹かれたお店がございますわ。よーし、全部行きましょう。全部は無理です。それじゃあみんな、
あら。
Certain pair of students just so happened to pass us by.
ちょうどいいわ。ねえ、二人もどう?
Sylvie invited them like it was only natural. Lydia looked at Chokosaki a bit apologetically. They looked like they had a prior engagement.
彩香ちんがついてくるとは思わなかった。いいじゃない別に。
やれやれ。
だいぶ大所帯になってしまいましたね。
Self, Sylvie, Elle, Reina, Mina, and now Ria and Chokosaki. An outing with 7 people really might be a bit much.
選ぶお店が限られますわ。個室のある部屋。ごめんねみんな。でもご飯はみんなで食べた方がきっと美味しいと思うな。分かっております。
The conversation led to Mina picking out the restaurant. Although she looked a little put out, she looked like she was having fun. Everyone else had equally cheerful expressions. This was shaping up to be one entertaining outing.
で、こっちはこっちでいいんだけど、オーロは良かったん？
Huh?
シルビー、休みは貴重なんだろ？
So that was the one thing that bugged me. This was the first day we shared since we became boyfriend and girlfriend. Alone time had a feeling ring to it. It's fine, I wanted Sylvie to enjoy herself today.
ねえねえ、そういえば、彩香と何かを食べに行くのは初めてよね。彩香ってどんなものが好きなの？
特に好みは。あ、でも、美味しいところなら、天ぷらが好みね。まずいところのは許せないけれど、それなりのお店なら。天ぷら！いいわね！日本の揚げ物料理ですね。懐石の一環で食べたことは何度かありますが、専門店のものは全然違うのよ。具の種類によって使う油から変えるの。懐石の一環じゃ出せないわ。
食べたい。みんな、今日のお昼、天ぷらでいいかしら？意義なーし。なーし。調べてみますわ。私のこの日本に来ての目標の一つが、日本の美味しいと言われてる料理を制覇する。寿司、天ぷら、藤山、芸者。ついに二つ目に手を出せたわ。そう。あと二つは食べるのは難しいから、ここでコンプリートとするといいわ。
Cannibalism and eating an actual mountain would be very hard to do.
ジャパニーズ揚げ物。
Not to mention bad.
楽しみね。エルって実は揚げ物好きよね。フライドチキンとか。
そうですね。あら、そうなの？カバレロさんにフライドチキン。フライドチキン限定ではないですが、行軍時には油を大量に使う料理は作りにくいので、憧れのような気持ちがあるやもしれません。揚げ物を食べられる環境は、それだけで平和で幸せです。そう。理由がいちいち日本人には理解しにくいわね。
外では食べにくいし。と言って、家にいるときは手づかみが推奨されるような料理は出されにくい。ちょうど私たちのライフスタイルから縁が遠いのが、フライドチキンといったところですわ。
なるほど。
ふむふむ。エルチンはフライドチキン、あやかっちは天ぷら、どっちも揚げ物好き。エルチンとあやかっちに意外な共通点発覚だ。
確かに、これまで考えたこともありませんでした。なんだか不思議な気持ちですね。
いいじゃんいいじゃん、仲良さそう。
カバレロさんなら悪い気はしないわ。恐縮です。
ゆりりの波動を感じる。
は？
にしても揚げ物好き。やっぱカロリーを求めるのかね。そのない。
はい？キサキさん、それどういう意味かしら？私たちの体のどこを見てカロリーを連想しました？
おっと、出現。待ちなさい。
She made a break for it.
どうした？さっきから静かだな。
Oh, yeah. Just worried since it feels like I shouldn't be involved in your ladies' night.
いくつか。
I'm just out of my element is all. Everyone was getting along, Chokosaki included, with Sylvie at the center. Like when we were little, I thought we were the only ones who invited Sylvie to hang out with us. Maybe she was actually the one who invited us.
うん。そんな部分もあるかもな。でも安心しろよ。あいつは間違いなく、お前に惹かれて俺たちと仲良くなったんだから。
ごちそうさま。天ぷら、なかなかのお味でしたわ。
確かに、専門店の天ぷらというのは、解析の途中で出るものとは全く違いましたね。
あよ、また来てくんな。
Clang. The spirited restaurant owner saw us off.
美味しかったわね、ほら。
Yeah, totally, it was good, but...
脂っこすぎて胃もたれが。エルチン、あのお店いくらだった？
7人で7000円です。
一人1000円。だろうね。
専門店は専門店でも、そういう系の専門店だったな。
I bet Yokozaki had been describing the sort of restaurant that had an indoor garden with white stones sprawled across the ground, and they served you with gigantic bamboo leaves on their plates. The restaurant we'd taken her to was a pretty cheap place, all things considered. For lunch, we had fried veggie and seafood bowls. The shrimp was so tiny. It was thickly coated in oil and totally immersed in a salty sweet sauce, and it seemed like it suited Yokosaki's refined tastes. It was delicious for our commoner palates, though.
食べ慣れた味だよね。
Tempura really does taste better when it's soaked in this unidentifiable sort of eel sauce.
それじゃ天ぷらの味が死ぬじゃない。
It does, but it's delicious.
これだから庶民は。庶民ってのも良し悪しだよね。
People may say we've got idiotic taste buds and everything tastes delicious, but that means we'll have more enjoyable culinary experiences overall.
まあまあ、喧嘩しないの。
That was a fun lunch. Given the size of our group and how both Sylvie and Mina stood out like a sore thumb, we avoided walking around too much and quickly headed back to the academy. I was a little bit disappointed to head home so soon, though. Mood ended up naturally carrying us towards the academy. When I returned, we noticed several club activities were still in session.
グラウンドは使えそうにないわね。おーい、あかねちん。あ、レーナ先輩。
We spotted a familiar girl in the track club. We were going to avoid interrupting their practice. This was probably the best spot for it. This area was usually deserted of vacations, save for the occasional use by the academy's musical groups.
音楽堂、久しぶりに来たわ。だね。改めて入ると変な感じ。なんかさ、音楽室とか特有の空気があるよね。
反響が計算して作られてるからな。空気の反響とかも他とは違ってて、それが違和感なんだろ。
へえ。お姉様、せっかくですから一曲お願いできますかしら。急に言われると困っちゃうわね。どんな曲がいいかしら。なんでも。だからそれが一番困るんだったら、そうね。
Sylvie took a seat at the piano. With a troubled smile, she placed her fingers against the keys.
おお。
But the instant she began to play, she transformed into the world's most exceptional pianist. Of course, this was a common sight for us. But Reina and Yokozaki, who had very little exposure, were overwhelmed. Oh yeah, you haven't had a chance to see much of pianist Sylvie, have you?
ああ、これで2回目。
Seemed pleased, based on the way her eyes popped open. Wonder how Sylvie's song came across to someone with perfect pitch. I was curious, but this was a great performance. Better keep quiet. The sun had finally set. Our group eventually split up to resume our regular routine. When?
市松さん、クルスクラウンさん。何?
An unexpected character called to us. Didn't seem like something she wanted the two of us, the others to hear, so we put some distance between us.
本来あなたたちにこんなことを頼むのはどうかと思う。というか、個人的に頼りたくないんだけど。
She was asking for a favor of someone, me for that matter. This was one hell of an incident.
何でも言って。お友達の頼みならできる限り力になるわ。
Tokusaki looked a bit hesitant after being so casually lumped in as a friend. And what she had to say was a scandal for certain.
マリア・ビショップを。
Going to quit? My mind went blank. Sylvia and I were nothing short of flabbergasted.
そう。
After some time passed, she nodded her head as if she'd come to some understanding.
あなたたちからも言ってあげてくれない？マリア・ビショップが今日本で、世界で、どれだけ大きな名前になっているか。あの子のわがままはいつものこととして、やめるというのはさすがに話が違ってくるわ。
Tokusaki shrugged with exasperation. It was you and Ryozoji that connected Maria to the TV station, right?
ええ。スター、マリア・ビショップは、私が作った。なんていうのは、さすがに傲慢だけれど、今の知名度への貢献は大きいと自負していますわ。
Well, she was sure. I was sure Maria built herself up from obscurity to fiery popularity, but they likely had a hand in fanning those flames.
マリア・ビショップの最初のファンは、綾香なのかもしれないわね。ファンなんてチープな言い方、やめてくださる？私はあくまでビジネスとして彼女を仕立てただけ。そしてせっかく仕上げた商品が、これからという時に、急に引退なんてされては困るんです。
I'm not so sure about that phrasing. Tokusaki turned away. Well, that was enough about Tokusaki for now.
私たちに、やめるというのを撤回するよう説得してほしいと、ありていに言えば。
Really wanted to know why Maria was considering an early retirement, and it would obviously bother me to no end if the Maria Bishop called it quits now. But
ごめんなさい、綾香。私は力になれないわ。相馬くんが自分で決めたことだもの。私はそちらを支持するわ。マリア・ビショップの声が聞けなくなるのは寂しいけれどね。もしかしたら続けたくても続けられない状況なのかもしれないし。
は？
なんでもない。とにかくそういうわけよ。悪いわね、綾香。
シルビー様、迎えの車が参りました。
ええ。それじゃあ、オーラ、綾香。
yeah. Sylvie headed back to her estate. Guess there was no chance we could hang out until nighttime today. Oh well, not much I could do about that. More importantly... Via!
どうした？
Via, you're here? Well, yes, evening you would be. To go get the player's guide does say random encounters happen most frequently on the roof at night.
そうか。その攻略本よこせ。人権侵害で訴える。
Are you for real? Are you?
俺はリアであってマジなんて名前じゃないけど。
Okay, Dad. I heard Maria Bishop's retiring.
ああ。
What she shrugged was like, you heard? Are you for real? Seriously?
いや、落ち着け。
Maria shook her head and clenched her shoulders as I wobbled.
今すぐってわけじゃねえから。ゆっくりドロップアウトって感じ。
But why are you dropping off? I didn't get the why she was quitting. I didn't get why she was quitting. Sylvie did seem to know something, though. Something like... There's something up. Like some serious organization after your life, or that they ordered you not to sing or something.
ねえよ。真っ先に思いつく理由がそれかよ。
Then why?
もう潮時なの。
Huh? Maria frowned, looking like she didn't want to say. Ordinarily, I'd probably go, I see, and be done with it, but I couldn't back down so easily today. I was a serious fan after all. Wanted to hear the reason at least. I kept badgering her, and...
はぁ、俺は別に、もともとマリア・ビショップなんて妙な職業をやる気じゃなかったんだよ。
Huh?
絶対音感があるから、音楽系の何かをやりたいと思って。作曲して、楽器はいじれなかったから下つけて歌にして。んで、彩香に録音頼んで。したらあいつが勝手にネットに上げやがったの。そっからはもう、自分でも歯止めが効かない感じで、マリア・ビショップって名前がでかくなっていって。でもおかげで、そっちの評価でこのノーブル学園に入学できた。おかげで、シルビーやお前と再会できた。これ以上は何も望まない。って思ったら、もう続ける意味ないと思ったの。
She told me that as calmly and bluntly as possible. She had calmly identified the reason she would quit. It sounded like Maria had given the idea a lot of thought, and she had come to that decision. Damn it. In which case, there was nothing I could say. It was seriously disappointing. But if this was the conclusion she came to, then as a friend, I should support her.
わかったか？
I do. I got it, but I can't accept it. I don't want you to quit from the bottom of my heart. And as a fan also as a fan who believes it totally realistic you could make a comeback.
あっそ。
I won't accept her retirement, nor would I stand in her way. The middle of the road approach ought to suffice. I shook my
心
shoulders.
配すんな。ちょっとずつ仕事の量を減らしてくけど、今すぐすっぱりってわけじゃない。彩香がうるせえし。
I genuinely sure.
敬語やめろ。キモい。
I'm a fan, I can't help it.
ちょっとずつフェードアウトするつもりだから、俺が辞めるつもりってこと知ってるファンはお前だけ。マリア・ビショップのラストを悲しめるファンは、世界でお前だけだな。
It's kind of an honor when you put it that way.
だろ？
If at all possible, I wish you'd put on that long black wig and tell me you're the only one.
今キモいこと言わなきゃやってやったのに。よっと。
Ria went up onto the water tank. We were alone for the first time in ages. Watched the setting sun.
今日も綺麗だな。
Yeah.
今のマリアがこれなんだよ。今が一番輝いてる時。ゴールデンタイムで。でもきっと、暮れちゃう寸前なんだ。なら暮れ切る前に姿を消したい。最後までカッコつけてたい。俺、間違ってる？
Beats me.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Even the next day, the news about Ria, or rather Maria, still had me depressed. If it was going to be this way, then I would have been better off not knowing. I know Maria didn't get much photographic exposure, and I probably would have accepted her simply fading out of the scene. Damn you, Tokusaki, this wasn't called for. By the way, as for Ria and Tokusaki...
ほら、早く。無理言って場所取ってもらったんだから。
今日やる気しねえ。明日でよくね？
さっさと来る。
Where you headed?
ん？ああ、最近歌ってないから、喉鳴らしにスタジオ。
Like a music studio?
別にカラオケボックスでいいと思うんだけど。
ダメ。秘密が漏れたら大変だわ。
はいはい。
They were gonna use the whole studio for some basic vocal warm-ups? Or else were something else? Actually, not much would be child's play for Maria Bishop. That's just how big of a name she is. Maria is the diva of the modern era, after all. It's awesome.
何誰もいないテラスでニヤニヤしてるの？
Sorry. Couldn't shake my fanboy nature. With that, the two of us stood in the foyer when...
あら、お二人とも。ちょうどよろしいところに。何？これから寮の大掃除をしますわよ。手伝ってくださいな。
Huh?
危険な波動を探知。 脱出キャッチです。なに、あかねちん。ダメですよ、レイナ先輩。各自、自分の部屋は年末までに掃除のことって、寮の目標にあるじゃないですか。
毎週あるの。一日一膳とかゴミを拾いましょうとか、そんな感じ。
It's usually super ambiguous stuff, but sometimes super ambiguous tasks get ambitious tasks get added when extended to vacations, athletics festivals, or the like come around. Probably like the class objectives we had in elementary school. Somebody mentioned me. I need to like make some frequent updates for the person who wants to tell me when to fucking pause, when to fucking save. What? Haruka single-handedly showed me the light of tying up a woman. What the fuck, Soul? Pringle's Riven Syndra, ping is 225 ms. Ping is 225 ms, ping is 410 ms, ping is 581 ms, ping is 581 ms, ping is 663 ms. Guns, Ulat, Caitlin. Close your window, you're letting the Wi-Fi out. Pringle's Riven Syndra, ping is 74 ms. Nikola Tesla, biography of a true genius. Bosquor says you're all smelly and says and tells me to tell Kira that he hates him. Okay, I have a rough timing now. Scott wants me to make sure that I do say that that he hates Kira, so I'm saying that it's very important. So I'm going to say it again. Scott hates Kira. Oh, and Kita says he had Scott as well, so... apparently because Kita says he had Scott because he's a dumb doo-doo head.
大掃除。年の暮れに自身の身の回りを一度完璧に整理し、清掃整頓する。日本には良い風習がありますこと。日本人はやや堅苦しいと思うことも多いけれど、それゆえのこうした風習はとてもよろしくてよ。いいですよね、大掃除。さっぱりして。
All of our first years are such good girls.
あたしらにはついていけんよ。
These major cleanups were pain, plain and simple.
ついてこられなくて結構。ちゃんとできるまで私がお尻をひったといて差し上げますので。ほら、始めますわよ、二人とも。
おー。First years really do work hard, don't they?
これからのこの寮は若い子たちに率いてもらってほしいね。あなたたちも働きなさい。はーい。
I couldn't slack off after seeing how hard everyone else is working. Oh boy.
うわー、雑巾無理。
Shoving your hands in the water this time of year is a mild form of torture.
大丈夫です、先輩。心が燃えてれば、指先の冷えくらい平気ですよ。もうちょっと説得力のある理屈をプリーズだよ、あかねちん。
How's doing with the same as ever? Look like you're having fun cleaning, Mina.
そうですかしら。掃除は嫌いではありませんわ。自身を、周りを清潔にする。人として最も正しい行いであるように思います。
Ah, what a good girl. She happily cleaned and dusted the
ガ
windows.
チのメイドがいる。
Mina was very princess-like in a much different sense from Sylvie, yet not at the same time.
けど、死後が多いですわ。
Right, right. When I saw her working so diligently, I just had to follow her lead. May as well put in some effort.
よろしい。頑張ったら、夜はご褒美を差し上げますわよ。
Huh? A reward was like the promise of a reward had sold me on it, but after spending the rest of the day cleaning...
あらー
Sylvie, why? Mina had asked me to clear my schedule that evening, and I was greeted with a pleasant surprise. Sylvie came along and was rocking side to side in her limousine.
今日は忙しいから諦めていたけれど。ありがとう、みな。お構いなく。私はいつでもお姉様の味方ですもの。知ってる？
Totally high-strung Sylvie and a proud Mina. Apparently, Mina had arranged everything.
ほらほら、お乗りなさいな。時間がありませんわ。
Sure. I was shoved into the limousine.
今日はね、この後各国の大使を招いて忘年会のようなことをするの。私はホストだから、さすがに無関係のオールを招くと、いろいろ勘ぐられるってエルに言われてたんだけど、私がゲストとして参加しますの。名義は適当に。で、ゲストが参加するということは、一人なら誰であっても、パートナーを連れ込んでいいということ。あなたにして差し上げましたわ。
How about that?
もう、この妹は、お姉ちゃんを喜ばせてくれちゃうんだから。スリスリスリスリスリ。もう、お姉様。
Mina looked a little embarrassed, yet delighted that Sylvie was bursting with happiness. The girl really did love her sister. She had noticed my gaze and returned to her usual self.
無論、これはお姉様へのプレゼントだけではございません。ゲロ、あなたの審査も兼ねていますわ。
Examination.
あなたにはもう2ヶ月にわたって、上流階級で通用する作法を叩き込んできました。
Yeah, you've literally beaten it into me.
今日はそれをすべて見せていただきますわ。ただの下郎で済んでいた今日までならともかく、お姉様のパートナーを名乗る以上、最低限、私のメガネにかなう程度の振る舞いはしていただきます。よろしくて。
Yes.
大丈夫よ。オーロはどこに出しても恥ずかしくない紳士だわ。
Sylvie was carefree, but this was a ton of pressure. Perhaps I wasn't as lucky as I first thought. By the time we arrived at the consulate, a crowd of people from various countries and races had gathered there. Put on a suit that was prepared for me.
よろしいですか、市松殿。場の空気をつかみ、空気にうまく乗ることです。
空気に流されず空気に流される。バランス感覚を大事にしてください。
Okay. We headed inside.
ようこそいらっしゃいました。皆に、お連れの市松様。
Yeah.
今日は楽しんでいってくださいな。
Sylvie greeted us as our host. Fortunately, it didn't change the fact that Sylvie was on duty and she immediately walked away. Blink. She left me with a wink that suggested I'll be back soon. Okay then. I just have to kill some time until then. But about that... Rustle, rustle. Clatter, clatter.
確かにマイナスの点が出ない方法ですが、隅っこで縮こまっているのはずるいんじゃなくて、もっと参加者の方とコンタクトを取りなさいな。そのための作法は教えましたわよ。
He did give me all those lessons, but I don't think I'll be able to pull it to use here.
なぜ？
I don't understand what they're saying.
あら、
Official language at this multinational gathering seemed to be English. It was a foreign language we Japanese were most familiar with, but still.
Excuse me?
Jibber jabber jibber jabber. Huh? Well, the man suddenly started speaking to me. Mina, help.
助けたいのは山々ですが、あなたに話されてますわ。せめて挨拶くらい返して。
Greeting. Have to go with English greeting. Let's see. I was told to save here. Right. I was told to save here, and that's important. Let's just go to the last page. Like the absolutely last save. Whoops. Load. Stay here, you know what, fuck it. Try to communicate somehow. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello, yay.
Oh, yes, yay.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay.
Yay!
How was that?
You are so good, guy!
Pat, pat! For whatever reason, the old guy gave me a quick pat on the back and went on his merry way. What the hell was that about?
とりあえず気に入られたことは確かですわね。
That's how I managed to overcome the barrage of English speakers surrounding me.
おや、オーロくんではないですか。
Kikuchio! I ran into one familiar face. Awesome, this has been enough to make me weak in the knees.
妙なところでお会いしますね。
Yeah, why are you here?
今度、録音時が取引するタイの大使が来ておられるので、ご挨拶がてら参加させていただいています。
Ah, I see. Hey, can you speak? You can speak English, right?
ええ、基礎用語ですので、小学生の時には。
I'm just gonna stick close to you.
は、ああ、なるほど。
The smart guys who picked up on how distressed I was in no time.
ちょいとゲロ、ずるいですわよ。でも、こういう緊急避難も含めての社交界。責めるのはお門違いですかしら。
Mina gave her approval. I'd known my technique during a time of distress. Rely on my friend's capabilities.
すいません、オーロくん。この後、その大使と会食なのですが。そんな顔をなさらないでください。生きにくくなります。ご一緒しませんか？夕食をこちらで食べていかれるなら。
What do you think, Mina?
この時間に会食。フランス料理ですわね。
はい。と言っても、僕は歓待される側なので。
ちょうどよろしいですわ。ゲロ、テストしますわよ。
Oh, French dining. I was to feel Mina had drilled into me the hardest during her etiquette course. I was confident I'd absorbed the material, but that would just make it all the worse if I messed up.
ほら、参りますわよ。私も入れてもらいますわ。
おお、シルビアさんの妹さんが。これは僕まで緊張しますね。行きましょうか、オーロくん。
Sure. Followed the two of them into the hall. Glance. Looked to Sylvie. It appeared she was having a friendly conversation in English, almost like speaking it were second nature, with a black national from some country. Likely noticed my eyes on her and smiled sweetly at me. Alright. I was fired up. I headed in.
あら、会食？誰とするのかしら。
では、今日の良き日に、乾杯！
We all held out our glasses in Kikuchio's lead. Mina and I held our glasses filled with lemon-scented sparkling water. Before our evasion, the sense that to be our dining companion promptly began to speak to Kikuchio in English. There were several other sullen-looking Caucasians seated around us, but this person was the only one who spoke. That should mean that the only ones meant to speak were that man and Kikuchio. What a lifesaver. I could just concentrate on my meal. Some tension, I adjusted my seat and spread out my napkin. Should be alright so far. Nice.
オードブルでございます。
Out came a huge plate of lettuce and tomatoes. There was also this ginger-looking stuff and something carroty. Anyway, a whole bunch of veggies. Now then. Let's see. Okay, take the outermost fork and knife. Take the outermost fork and knife. No, eat as is. Don't drink yet. Don't drink yet. Place them horizontally to the side. Okay, take the outermost knife and fork. I'll spare the moment I held the knife and fork in each hand. It's a thought, but this struck me as bizarre, but it was the French way to use the most extravagant cutlery, even for hors d'oeuvre. Dual wielding these shiny, sparkly silver utensils was the proper way.
そうですわ。
Time to dig in. I found it difficult to eat salad with a fork, but I somehow made it through with the aid of the knife. Fold it together.
Yoshi!
It went well. Despite our flimsy lettuce was, if I used a knife to fold it together, I could easily pierce through.
Oh!
Sorry. I messed up. I accidentally scratched against the plate. It produced an awful sound, not unlike nails screeching against the blackboard. There was a table across reacted and grimaced a bit. I failed.
覚えてはいたものの、技術が追いつきませんでしたわね。ま、及第点ですわ。
The hors d'oeuvres were taken away. Next came the soup. Nothing to worry about here. I would eat this with my spoon. The whole point was to eat your food, not drink it. Otherwise it would be in poor taste. I brought each individual spoonful into my mouth before I washed it down. Then, now that it was down to the last of the soup. Wait, which was it again? It was a French and English style by which you scooped it up from the front or the back. I'd like to do this the French way. Scooped up from the front. It doesn't tell me! It's not saying it! Huh? I'm actually gonna have to look up actual, like, French dining etiquette. Soup etiquette. Retrieve the last spoonful of soup, slightly tip the bowl away from you and spoon it in a way that works best. So away from you. Okay, scoop up from the back. Like this, yeah? Right? Yeah. This was the correct style. Help me. Help me. I polished off my soup. But I couldn't scoop it out cleanly. It would let out an awful squeaking noise if I kept this up, but the plate would be dirty if I left it like this. So...
パンはいくつになさいますか?
2. Waiter brought out the bread. Left us with 2 baguette-looking pieces. Let's see, there was an etiquette for this too. First time to bite-sized pieces.
よろしい。
This was how it was done. This baguette was delicious. I not even need butter. Did I wish it? I did wish it had a bit more salt content though. But it'd be delicious if I dipped it into the soup. No, eat as is. Better stop. It was kind of a waste to leave anything on the plate, but oh well. Afterwards came the fish course. Carpaccio, was it? The thing with sashimi with dressing on it. This I liked. It was easy to eat with a fork, and it was boneless. I began to eat. It was easiest. Next was...
続いてメインディッシュに参ります。その前に、お飲み物のおかわりは?
では、オレンジジュースを。
お水をお願いしますわ。
I'll have water too. I had run out of my first drink and was feeling awfully thirsty. I was just hoping for a refill too. There shouldn't be any problems. I ordered the same thing as Mina either. I waited a short while.
失礼します.
Oh? Water came out in an unexpectedly large bowl. It was silver and exceptionally sized. Oh well, fine by me, I guess. Don't drink yet. I had a bad feeling about this, better not drink. When?
お飲み物お持ちしました.
Oh. Wasn't sure why, but the waiter brought glasses of water out afterwards, along with napkins at the same time.
ありがとう。
Nina took her glass and napkin, then put her fingers into the silver bowl of water. She dabbed them into the water, then wiped them on the napkin. Don't tell me this bowl was for...
どうしました？おかしな顔をして。
Nothing. I hadn't done anything to be ashamed of. About the time we cleansed our fingers in the finger bowl, our bone and meat dish came out. Lamb something or other. It was coated in sweet and sour sauce. Well, let's eat. In fact, we cleaned our fingers when it was okay to use our hands for this. This one was easy since I could get a firm grip on the bone. So you'd cut it into bite-sized pieces. Then, clang. I dropped my fork. Wait a second. My body naturally moved to pick it up for a second, but I stopped. Yes, this was the one point in which I needed to be most cautious. A waiter came over a moment later, picked it up, and took it away. After a short wait, a replacement came out. Thank you. Yes, had I picked it up, it would have been poor manners. I made it through safely. The main course was delicious. For that matter, this part of the meal was a total breeze. All that was left was dessert and post-meal drinks. Not having anyone badgering me about any specific etiquette was a huge load off my mind, off for me. Scrumptious. Sorry. Mina was still on pins and needles, but I was in a light-hearted mood. I gobbled my food up in no time. Okay, now that I've finished eating... Oh? I placed my knife and fork after I finished eating again. I'm supposed to place them on the right side of the plate if I recall correctly. But I wasn't sure there was an English or French style to this too. How did I do it when I ate here last? If I remember right. I hadn't at all. When I ate with you and the rest before, I drank that alcohol before I passed out. Crap, I hadn't prepared enough. Now, calm down, me. Bring your gentlemanly essence out from within, and the answer will come to you naturally. The French style was... I think it was... slight angle? Why am I being tested on fucking dining etiquette? Or horizontally to the side. Could have also just gone for it and just went back in time. You know, placed them horizontally to the side. I set them down horizontally to the side. This was the I'm done with this plate sign, if I recalled. After that, we had dessert. Our dinner party ended on a cheery note. We went back to the hall. Exhaustion set in hard. I'm beat.
そもそもあれ式で疲れる。というか、あんなガチガチで食べている時点で失格ですが。あちらの大使を不快にさせるようなところもありませんでしたし。旧大点としておきますわ。
Thank you for that.
僕も助かりました、オーロ君。カミナルさんもですが、場の空気が大変和やかで。
お役に立てたなら光栄ですわ。
部下に商談の指示を出してきます。また後で。
Sure. We split up from Kikuchiyo. Mina and I were left behind.
あら、ミナ。
はい。
ご飯食べてきたの？どうだった？まあ、成功ですわ。
I was so nervous, man.
さあ。ミナのお眼鏡にかなうなんて、すごいわ、オーラ。最低限です。まあでも、本日のあなたは、なかなかでしたわ。
Oh. Mina smiled brightly. It was rare for her to smile so genuinely at me.
これからも精進なさいな、ゲロ。
Even though she was strict with me. That only proved just how favorable a light Mina saw my etiquette today. She was simply overjoyed.
二人がもっと仲良しさんになってくれてよかった。はあ、でもいいわね、二人は。ご飯食べられて。 そういえばお姉様は、ずっと挨拶回りよ。もうお腹ペコペコ。エルがつまむものは持ってきてくれるけど、あまり頻度が高くないし。
Sounded pretty rough for a glutton like Sylvie.
まあでも、立食形式にもしてあるから、多少なら平気なのだけど。
Sylvie giggled and plucked up some chocolate on a nearby table.
特に甘いものが嬉しいわ。疲れた。
She popped 2 or 3 in her mouth at once.
ほんと甘いものが嬉しい。
She tossed another 4 or 5 in her mouth.
甘い。お姉様、それは。
Where she ate was a little improper, and Mina looked visibly concerned by her behavior. But
なーに、みな。あなた私には甘いもの食べるなって言うの？そんなこと言う悪い妹は、こうだ！
oh no, what was there alcohol in those chocolates? Squeeze. She hugged her.
お姉様。チョコやチョコ買うてこい！
Hey now, Sylvie? All eyes focused on Sylvia as she suddenly began to shout and fool around. They were sisters, so all the onlookers just grinned, but this was definitely improper.
お姉様、
For whatever reason, Mina had a raptured look in her eyes upon Sylvie's embrace. This chocolate. These ones Sylvie's just ate. They had vodka gelatin inside. The kind that had an even higher alcohol content than whiskey. These were the type where you lit the contents on fire to flambe the chocolate before you ate it. You binge ate these so quickly. This was bad. Anyone with an ounce of common sense could tell she was drunk. She obviously wasn't falling flat on her back like I'd done last time, but still.
あらもう、
Hey, hang on a second. Just trying to embrace me too. I hope it dismissed as a joke with Mina, but it'd be bad with me. Mina, what we should do about this? What should we do about this?
休憩室がありますわ。
Sylvie?
わーい。
We crammed her into a nearby
お
room.
姉様は休憩すると皆に伝えてきます。介抱を頼みますわよ。
They're gonna fuck. Will do. What an absolute disaster. I was told that apparently there's a scene in this route where it's like one of the sex scenes where it's a threesome with Sylvie and Mina. That was probably that threesome scene, wasn't it? Just as you would expect from a party where national representatives had gathered, they quickly dispersed once the designated time came.
今日はどうも。
また学園でね。
Once Sylvie finished seeing off the final guest, an exhausted look crossed her face.
お疲れ様でした。
今年の年末、最大の山を越えましたな。
でもこれで、明日と明後日は自由よ。あら、ずっと一緒にいられるわね。
For real? Alright! I'd gotten an inkling of it, but now that we'd gotten permission.
もっともあさって。24日は、以前からの通り、夜には学園の皆様を招いた懇親会。二人きりにはなれないので、あしからず。
Right. Yeah, we'll be making an appearance as Maria the day after tomorrow, so that was something to look forward to. So, that means we can have you all day tomorrow?
明日は開けられたわ。あら、お時間あるかしら。
Of course I do. I'd make time, even if I didn't. To finish off everything I had to get done before today. Mina smiled meaningfully. I got it. This was why she whined so much about that big cleanup this morning. Looks like I had a dependable ally.
じゃあ明日は何しようかしら。あら、何かある？
It's hard to come up with something on the spot. There were things I wanted to do, but there were far too many options for me to choose from. I would give it some thought before we met up tomorrow. But yeah, what should I do all alone with Sylvie? Huh? An unexpected first, huh? Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
And now, December 23rd, Christmas Eve. Me personally, it finally felt like the start of winter break. If I viewed this as the first day, then I'm made for the best beginning possible. Now, all my homework was done and I'd finished cleaning. I could spend the rest of my vacation having fun. Is this how people who finish their summer break homework during July felt?
あら、来たわよ。
Okay! Now that I had a girlfriend, I figured out how to do this.
おー
She leapt into my arms and I caught her.
やっと二人になれた。あのね、オーラ。私、今日はとても素敵な一日になるように。オーラ
Tossed her onto the bed. Ah, it's terrible, man. It's for you. It's too strong. Too strong!
朝一なのに襲われちゃ
Sylvie sounded delighted.
う。でも、実は。
As she sprawled out at a fantastic angle, she fished through her pockets. And she emphatically held up condoms.
オーラにばかり用意してもらうのも悪いと思って。
Wow. These are the crazy expensive kind. I don't know much about them, but they were seemingly made from incredible materials and sold for around 500 yen a dozen. Obviously, I'd never used them before.
本当はなくてもいいかなって思っちゃうけど。
I wasn't sure how to reply. I knew how she felt, but it would be a huge problem if she got pregnant. But after doing it so many times, I actually began to love Sylvie deeply enough that I started to want to have kids with her as soon as we possibly could. As soon as we could.
ま、それはともかくとして。はい、どうぞ、ほら。12個も入ってるから何度でも OK よ。あれ、引いてる？
That's not how it goes, Sylvie. When you invite a Japanese boy to bed, you don't go, hey, come on. It's more like, no, that's embarrassing.
What?
The onset of Sylvie's aggressive nature had come out. Her attitude was, of course, questionable. I was being enticed by this beautiful blonde girl, as much as I'd love to charge in this very second. Why don't we go out somewhere first? I doubt we'll be able to stop once we get started, and we'll waste the whole day.
それもそうね。
We headed out for
お
now.
よ？お二人さんお出かけさん？ええ。あ、レーナも来る？ついてけばまたうまそうなものにありつけそうではあるけど、やめとく。オーロ、星1よ。
Yep. Did you notice how ridiculously disappointed I was? Her ability to read the mood was a lifesaver.
あ、そっか。せっかくの二人きりなのに、レーナを誘ったら二人じゃなくなっちゃうわね。
Yeah, that's basically it.
ごめんなさい。なんだか、オーラといるとね、楽しくなっちゃって。だから少しでも多くの人と、この楽しさを分け合いたいって思っちゃうの。
There's no way I could be mad when you put it that way.
昔からそうだったわ。あ、ねえねえ、オーラ。
Yeah? She pointed as if to say, over here, so I followed after her. As for where we were headed, it was a place both of us were quite familiar with.
朝に来るとまた空気が違うわね。
It reminds me, Sylvie, you usually only come around here at night. I assumed she came here all the time after we'd used the space for her tea parties, but those only occurred at night.
不思議ね。学園のすぐ近くなのに。登下校では車で過ぎちゃうし、遊びに来るときはオールへ一直線だから当然か。
You were here all the time when we were younger, right?
そうね。
Sylvie had a nostalgic look in her eyes. We became good friends at camp, but Sylvie didn't fit in with those around her and was often excluded from the group. The three of us, Ria included, met up here often, and I'm gonna take a quick break. And I'm back. Three of us, including Ria included, met up here often. Yeah.
ねえ、オーラ、思いを馳せてる。風な顔してるけど、何か思い出せてる？
Not at all, actually. I remember coming here a long time ago. That was it. Couldn't remember anything other than that fact.
ああ、やがて思い出すと思ってたのに、ちっともね。
You and Ria's memories are almost too strong at times. This was 10 years ago, after all. Quite a bit of time had passed for me to remember my past with Sylvie and Ria at this point. But it looked like the door to my memories had remained locked. Couldn't remember anything. It honestly reached a point where I thought it might be best that way.
こっちはどう？キャンプ施設はだいたいこの辺りだったわ。
Sorry.
この辺りにみんなで泊まるロッジやテント置き場があって。
I remember the tents, but I recall fooling around with my male friends, but not at all with Sylvie. Oh, that reminds
思い
me.
出した？
Yeah, it came back to me. Back when I thought Ria was a boy, I'd invite her to take a leak with me all the time. I thought she was weird for not taking me up on it, but now I get it. She couldn't go into the men's bathroom. Man, that was one long time mystery solved.
私は？
Sorry.
ここならどうかしら。
I vaguely remember the spot. If I recall, this used to be a church back in the day.
そうなの。
It was all run down and pretty scary looking back then. Church close to the lake. It was pretty if I had to describe it, but such an inaccessible meeting place was worthless in a religiously barren place like Japan. It was nearly as dilapidated as a Shinto shrine deep in the mountains. Someone did seem to have been managing it though, for the record. But I think it had a piano even back in the day. There was a piano there, and still worked. So I recall us messing around with it. It looked just as dilapidated as the building, so it should be different from the one there now, though.
ピアノはなかったわ。当時はオルガン。
Are those different? Yes. Yes. Pianos produce sound using the strings, while organs use pipes.
やらない人には馴染みがないわよね。
I don't play, and even I know.
でも、私あのオルガンのおかげで、国に入って楽団派に入った時、楽器はピアノを選んだのよ。オーラが勧めてくれたから。覚えてないのね。ほら、相馬くんと3人でここに忍び込んで、オルガンにいたずらして。
I mean, hell, there is an organ right there. That fucking is an organ right there! Is it?
私は唯一知っていたクリスマスソングのサイレントナイトを弾いたの。オーラがすごい言って、私のこと天才だって。あのすぐ後、シス明けに楽団派に入って音楽を始めなきゃだったから、不安が吹っ飛んだわ。あの頃からオーラにはお世話になりっぱなしね。ねえ、いち離れ離れになっても友達よね。思い出した？
Not a bit.
もう、でもいいわ。いちはいちとして、私の心にいつまでも生きていれば。
Sylvie looked like she was enjoying herself. It bugged me a little. But maybe I felt the same. The past wasn't the only reason why we were attracted to one another. We happened to meet and had fallen in love. Are pianos and organs different?
簡単に言うと、ピアノは弦楽器、オルガンは管楽器なの。
Exactly. Sorry, I'll have to stop at the difference between string and wind. He really is a dumb motherfucker.
ピアノはギターの仲間、オルガンはトランペットの仲間というと分かりやすいかしら。
They're that different?
曲はもちろん、弾き心地もだいぶ違うわよ。ピアノなら流れるように弾けるけれど、オルガンはちょっと肩を使うというか、疲れるの。
Oh, I really sound like you know your stuff.
苦手ではないわね。
Two of us left the academy and headed into town together. They didn't have a particular destination in mind. But our feet naturally led us here after our earlier conversation.
くださいな。
はいよ。お客さん、運がいいね。焼きたてだよ。
Sylvie headed into the nearby bakery. She bought 5 loaves of melon bread.
見て見てオーロ、焼きたて。
Yeah, there's a special occasion, so why don't we eat them now?
Hi.
I took one. Assuming Sylvie would also eat one. What are I gonna do with the other three? I'll have to carry them around. I don't mind. She had 2 loaves in each hand and was eating 4 melon breads at once. What the fuck? As long as she was happy, that's what mattered.
レーナのおすすめは外れがないわ。
Sure are. They were delicious. The more I talked, the more that spot on my lips that I showed at the start starts to hurt. According to Reina, these were the best in town. These would be worth coming to buy, even if you snuck out of the academy at lunchtime to do so.
この辺りだったわよね。オーロが助けてくれたのは。
Guess so. We stopped at an empty sidewalk near the bakery. This was where I wanted to come. Remember this place perfectly.
王子様の登場シーン、今でも鮮明に思い出せるわ。まあ、あの時はこの人後でエルたちにボッコボコにされないかしらって心配だったけれど。
If you told me that in the first place, things might not have gotten so complicated.
あら、それじゃあ私とオーロの縁がそこまでで切れちゃうじゃない。
Squinted her eyes reminiscently.
あの時、腕を掴まれた私をオーロが抱き込んでくれた時、心にコトンって感じたの。この人は私にとても大切なものをくれる人だって。一度とは気づかなかったけれど、記憶のどこかが反応したのかしら。それとも第六感的なそういうのかしら。
There does seem to be princesses with a talent for fortune telling, so who knows?
かもね。
Can't turn up the voice anymore. I don't know why, but she feels very silent. I guess you could kind of hear that in there, even.
オーロはあの瞬間、どんな気持ちだった？
I don't remember. I was already in a daze. I was convinced it was a site of an abduction. I was desperate to escape. What I had to say? I knew I had to do something, though. I was super depressed that day, and that's when I found you. I thought you was being kidnapped. There was no way I'd ever prance over and protect some girl under normal circumstances, and I would have called the police instead. The word depressed seemed to come close to describing how I felt at the time.
結婚で、何かあったの？
Yeah. Everything fell apart the day before. You know, the whole thing with the vocalist dropping out of Chieka's light music band.
ああ、三山沙織さん。
Yes, I had told Sylvie about her before. She remembered well. At the time, I'd made a huge mess of the baseball club and music club, and had already quit school. It was like salt in the wound when I found out Chieka's band had been dissolved. My attempts to show off backfired in every possible way, and they caused a lot of trouble for a bunch of people. I wanted to act cool, which was probably why I jumped right in to save you. Elle ended up hurling me around, didn't you? Either way, maybe I'm not talented enough to act cool or show off. Crap, the mood turned gloomy. We sat there in silence with nothing clever to say. So we thought of something and...
才能は知らないけれど、私を助けてくれたオーロは本当にかっこよかったわよ。そんなこと言わないで。あの日、あの瞬間、かっこいいオーロが大好きになった私がバカみたいじゃない。
Sorry.
それに、ちえかちゃんだって、きっとそう思ってる。オーロのしたことは、すごくかっこいいと思ってるわ。
Oh yeah, I bet the person directly affected would say that.
三山さんも、瑠璃子ちゃんも真白木先輩も、みんなよ。
Was that really true? Mags were definitely to blame for putting their music club in a poor position, which ultimately forced that band to dissolve. If I hadn't stepped over the line, the members of the baseball club and music club could have continued being friends. I destroyed all that single-handedly. But then... As always, Sylvie responded with a cheerful giggle.
それにね、オーラ、実は。
But?
オーラくん。
Someone barged in and cut Sylvia off. That someone had happened to be my sister, Chica. I instantly recognized her voice the moment I heard it. What the heck, Chica? What are you doing here? That startled me.
Yo.
I've seen this guy's face more than I could count. My childhood friend, it was a face I'd never wanted to see again. Shimatorio, Chica's boyfriend, and the ace pitcher of the baseball club that fell through at the summer tournament, all because of me. The guy who likely detested me more than anyone else.
これ、偶然だからね。
Right. Chick had been telling me for a long time now that we should sit down and talk. He was hell-bent on seeing that plan through. Our meeting today was by a total chance. I doubt she'd brought him here on purpose.
ちえかちゃんと、こちらは？
島棟梁です。うわぁ。ちえかちゃんから聞いただけど、絶対嘘だと思った。シルビア・ル・クルス・クラウン様とクラスメイトなんだ。
I say martial law, but I don't think the martial law fucking matters anymore. I think everyone at their mom knows at this point.
うわぁ。すっごー。うわぁ。
I see you still get as frenzied as a fanboy.
うっさいな。
島棟梁。ああ、オーラとチームメイトだった。
知ってくれてる。
オーラを邪険にしてチームから追い出したって人ね。
はい。
Don't be angry, Sylvie didn't do it alone. The happy-go-lucky Sylvie was, in a rare turn, aggressive with someone on their first meeting. Total flip side of her affection for me, huh? That does not say a word.
追い出したって言い方はちょっと。まあ悪かったと思ってるよ。夏はもう誰かに責任があるってしないとチーム全員どうしようもなかったから。
I figured. I knew how he felt. He needed someone to blame in that situation, and I was the one who took the fall for it. That was all there was to it. The decision to quit the club and drop out was mine alone, and I didn't intend to complain on that front.
自分がうまくいかなかった責任を誰かに押し付けるというのがもう許せないわ。
Sylvie's argument was completely sound, so Torio could only go, oh, in response. And?
かっこ悪いの。
I have to say, that one last comment resonated with me the most. See, I fully agree with her. Sky, as well as everyone in the baseball club, were totally lame. For that matter.
わかってますよ。かっこ悪かったですよ。っていうか、そもそもその前、オーロ一人いないから負けたってのが、もうかっこ悪くて。でもそのオーロは、ちえかちゃんの、妹のために監督に逆らって干されたわけで、そんなかっこいいことされたら、ああなりますよ。
Cool. Torio and the basketball club saw me that way?
一つの部で、そんなかっこいいのと悪いのが出たら、もう一時的にこじれるのも仕方ないっていうか、まさかそれで、オーロが辞めるとは思わなかったっていうか。
棟梁くん、ここでの言い訳は、ほんとかっこ悪いかも。
すいません。
ふむ。まあ、反省してるみたいだし、私はもういいかな。
Sylvie flashed him a smile. Ah, he was in trance. This guy was a real fanboy.
よかったです。オーロくんは？
Never really cared, especially when I'm the one who chose to quit.
そっか。よかった。じゃあまた、オーロくんと棟梁くん、昔みたいに仲良しだね。
だな。そんな顔すんなよ。
We've known each other for as long as I can remember. It's not a matter of getting along or not. We're normal childhood friends.
ああ。まあ、普通に、な。
The four of us chatted away for a short while, but we eventually split up to resume our dates.
また明日ね。ええ、夕方5時開門よ。
She made plans for tomorrow's party.
絶対来てね、ちえかちゃん。来られないなら連絡をお願い。はい、もちろん絶対行きますって。
Sylvie emphasized that awfully strongly as they said goodbye. Is there some reason she absolutely has to be there?
まあ、いろいろとね。
She giggled.
ね、ところでオーロ、千恵香ちゃんの話聞いた？
Ah, you mean how the hotel in the next town over is drawing in customers by offering lunch service to make up for the ruined light display? She had apparently gone to check out the hotel she had visited. She had plans to visit with Torio over Christmas. They sound satisfied with the nice lunch they had there.
実は昨日のパーティーで菊千代くんからもアイディアを聞かされていて、行ってみたかったな。ランチ行ってみない？
Wasn't that melon bread earlier lunch?
やだオーロ、メロンパンはおやつじゃない。
A single loaf might be different, but 4 was definitely beyond the capacity of a snack. Oh well, where did the debate bring down? What the fuck is going on here? My god! So much black. The fuck is going on? Jesus Christ, so much happened. This is what happens when you look away for a second. Jesus Christ! So much black! No, they're apparently talking about rain around and talking about baseball, so I'm just gonna like sit out immediately. There.
おや、オーロくん、シルビアさん。
Hey! Don't just so happened to be in.
ちょうどいいところに。シルビアさん、ちょっとお願いできませんか？
お友達だから特別よ、菊千代くん。本当は私がモデルをやるのはいろんな人に話を通さないといけないんだから。
助かります。もちろん、ソルティレージに話は通します。今日は先に写真だけ、ということで。
This garden's back to normal, huh?
はい。急ピッチで。なのでそれをアピールする CM が打ちたいのですが、モデルを誰にするかで困っていまして。
Promo featuring a Western princess in Japanese clothes would sure earn you guys some brownie points. Sylvie was eager enough, so there was no room for me to say otherwise. We made some time for it. The photo shoot ended in no time.
確認してきます。15分ほどそのままでお願いします。
は
You were left alone. Japanese clothes look great on you.
ーい。でしょ？
His garden was charming too. And a date for two. Fine moments like these could be pretty romantic in their own right. It had the whole I sure am dating a princess feel.
千恵香ちゃんに感謝ね。
Are you?
そうよ。いつでもオーラのことを案じているわ。オーラが千恵香ちゃんを大好きなように、千恵香ちゃんもオーラが大好きなのね。これはこれで焼けるわね、彼女。オーラにとって私には絶対に踏み込めないゾーンにいるわけで。
Now. The jealous Sylvie made a sudden appearance. I was in a position to laugh it off, which was quite a luxury in my opinion. But yeah, maybe I am grateful I ran into him today. Not to him, but to God. Sylvie immediately picked up on the meaning of what I quietly whispered and smiled happily.
かっこよかったんですって、オーラ。私と会う前からかっこよかったんですって。ね、私が言った通りでしょ？
Yes, so. Went without saying that this wasn't enough to absolve me of what happened that summer. It was the fact that everyone suffered misfortune due to my actions. But took a bit of a weight off me, maybe. Oh yeah, someone sent me a Doujin link earlier, and I read through it. But it's weirdly wholesome. For those interested, the digits are 367964. the reason why I remembered that, someone just like the person that sent me messaged me about it since I wrote them that I finished reading. If you disregard how everything turned out, what I had done wasn't wrong. Being able to believe that helped all on its own. Obviously, a positive outcome would have been preferred, though. Sylvie smiled at me in a suggestive way. What was it?
シルビアさん、オール君、ありがとうございました。もう結構です。
With that, our conversation was put on hold. Now that her job was over. Oh yeah, Kikuchi, I hear you're running our lunch fair right now? Got back to the main subject.
ああ、はい。ですが、レストランにシルビアさんが来ると、騒ぎになりますね。
食べられないの？
いえ、注文いただければ部屋に届けます。着替えに使った部屋、そのまま開けているので使ってください。
We ended up borrowing her changing room. There had been an assistant present to help when she got dressed, but the room was now empty and she headed in alone. Well, the princess couldn't afford to expose her skin after all. Why not? She was alone. Control yourself, me. Those clothes looked expensive. You can't get them dirty. But Sylvie was a princess. Couldn't she work something out if it did get dirty? Kikuchi was the one who we'd have to apologize to, for that matter. Like it or not, it was pretty sketchy to rely on the girl to pay. Like it or not. Yeah. She got changed surprisingly quickly and came back out in no time.
オーラのことだから着替えを覗きに来るかと思っちゃった。
Rude, there's no way a gentleman like myself would ever do such a thing as peek.
そうね。
Is that it back?
さて、次はどこへ行こうかしら。
We don't have much time left either. Quite some time had passed while we were eating the meal Kikuchi's staff prepared for us. Given the time, the sun would soon be setting. We need like a better mouse pad. Honest to God, like this is like honest to God, there's a chance that unironically getting a movie mouse pad might actually be good for me. Since this setup is not good. It's literally like a turned around sheet of leather right at the like a bump where the corner of the table is, so that is really irritating my wrist. Security guards would be coming around any time now, so we decided to call it good. So then, what now? Not that we had much time left.
そうね。ちょっと休憩したいわ。
You're not cold?
ほてっちゃってちょうどいいからよ。
So she said. We headed back to our original location and rested for a while.
エルから着信入ってる。
What the fuck? What the fuck? Sylvie picked up her cell phone.
そろそろ戻らなくちゃみたいね。
The naggy papa makes an appearance, huh?
電話が来てるだけだったら。
うるさいパパですいませんね。
Sorry. The call was live. The unexpectedly high performance of the cell phone Sylvie used was a problem.
シルビー様、今から迎えに上がります。だいたい30分ほどですので。
はーい。
She ended the
あ
call.
んまり時間はないよね。キュロちゃん
That reminds me, I didn't see her today. Even though it was always by Sylvie's side.
今日は二人きりだもの。譲ってもらったの。上空2万メートルで待機していたわ。私に有事があれば 0.1 秒で駆けつける手はずだけど。
Scary? This thing's performance knows no bounds.
キロちゃん、用意してちょうだい。
Kyoto opened his mouth wide. What? A chair table flew out. And then even a tea set appeared. Finally, a huge tablecloth.
レレレレレレレレレレレレレ
Your outfit!
すごいでしょ？キロちゃん、いざという時のためにお着替えするスペースまで確保してくれるのよ。
The speed at which Sylvie got changed was even more impressive.
さあ、お茶にしましょう。やっぱり最後はこれだわ。
Yeah. We settled down for tea time. Man, now it's cold.
そうね。風邪はひかないで。
It was already the later half of December, although there was no wind. Although there was no wind, it was still extremely cold.
今日、楽しかったわね。
Yeah.
私が普通の女の子だったら、もっとこんな風に普通の一日が過ごせたのに。
But if you were an ordinary girl, you wouldn't have been able to enroll at Noble Academy.
それもそっか。
Sylvie giggled. I really am grateful that you changed my life. You saved me when I was at my most pathetic.
あら。
Felt pretty relaxed after getting to talk to Torio and Chieka. I was finally able to face the past I hated to even remember. She had told me I hadn't made the wrong decision, the wrong choice.
オーラには私の方が10年前に人生を変えてもらったわ。そのお返しね。
Yeah.
それと、一つ間違ってるわよ。
は？
私がオーラの格好悪いと思ってるところを救うのは、あの時じゃない。明日よ。金色ラブリッチ
Intriguing.
おー、寒っ。一気に寒波が来たわね。あら、雪のマークがついてる。
今夜は雪か。ホワイトクリスマスだな。
Hey, you two.
ん？
What are you doing out here?
お迎え待ってんの。夜のパーティーの。
It's still early. You're leaving already?
出席者なんでね。
歌う以上、ホールの広さや壁の感じをつかむのに時間がかかるのです。メイクや照明の角度はもちろんだし。
Wow. That's a surprise. I was always under the impression Maria Bishop wasn't involved in any of that stuff and was showing up last minute to sing.
そんな芸能人のディナーショーみたいな小遣い稼ぎと、マリアの歌は違うんです。
Got a glimpse of the spite from a woman who knew the media's inner workings.
別にパッと言ってパッと歌ってでも十分だけど、やるからには完璧であるべきです。マリアは、私のマリア・ビショップは、パーフェクトなのだから。
That sounds like she's like talking about her stand or something. I had heard that she was her coordinator, but I was surprised by how deeply involved she was in the process.
めんどくせ。
It was sad that the Lady of the Hour wasn't enthusiastic in the slightest. Me and Jokosaki headed into the venue
う
first.
ちらは何時だっけ？
Starts at 5. Should be plenty if we head over around 4 o'clock.
ならそれまでどうしよっか。
We do have plenty of time to kill.
ならお二人とも、
Oh no.
寮の大掃除をいたしましょうか。
Oh no.
前もやったじゃん。掃除というのは重ねれば重ねるほど価値があるのです。
Although the day that started on that note. On the time night fell.
本当に雪が降ってきました。こりゃ寒いわけだ。
We're lucky it hasn't started accumulating yet. Snowfall seemed to be sporadic. Even so, it was really cold. Whew, warm.
いらっしゃいませ。
Thanks. She welcomed us inside. All of the Noble Academy students who had been invited to today's party, around half or so, were currently in attendance.
ほれほれ、行くよ早く。待って先輩。メゴチン、まだ？
待って、化粧のノリが悪い。
招かれたのはいいけど、学生ばっかりだな。
我々23日の方と間違って招待されてません
Similar party had been held in this place the other day, but the atmosphere today was totally different. Usually air of maturity and stiffness at these sorts of events was nowhere to be found, and it felt more like a gigantic class reunion. This was Noble Academy, however, so there were tons of students dressed in high class attire.
おう、市松。なんだ、お前制服で来たのか？
Yeah,
僕
the
たちは今日のために新しいスーツを仕立てました。いかがですか？
赤と青のスパンコール。
They are short. Comedy duo.
僕たちみたいにパーティー慣れしていると、こういう場には勝者な装いで来ないという気負いができてしまって困ります。
Chic.
密林で3000円くらいで買えそう。
安物と一緒にしないでください。このサテンなど本物。一着50万では聞きませんよ。
はは、金持ちも大変だぜ。
Why'd you revert to your nasty rich kid personas all of a sudden?
今更戻そうとしても、もう往路のエロネタから逃れられない。ホモとマザコンって評価は変わらないよ。
うるさい庶民ども。
教室では仲良くしていますが、こういう場所では生まれの差が出てしまうものです。
I say.
おや皆さん。
Hi.
ヒクチョンも制服なんだ。
ええ、動きやすいですからね。それなりのドレスコードを、とも思いましたが、学園の皆で集まるなら、こちらの方が清掃かと思いまして。
ねえ。
しかし、ここはパーティー。我々の方が。
あらレーナに菊池くんも。
なんで？
Sylvie, why are you in your uniform?
ドレスは挨拶と出し物の時着る予定だけど、基本はこちらにするわ。学園の子たちで集まってのパーティーだもの。こっちの方が勝者でいいでしょ？
Yeah.
それで、あら？
どうもお招きいただいて。
芸人の方？控室はあちらになっているわ。
うわー！着替えてきまーす！
You didn't have to kill him like that! I felt a little bad for them.
西郷くんに山本くんじゃない。気づかなかったわ。今日は楽しんでいって。じゃ！ご飯期待してるよ。
Mine you get changed too.
ふざけるな！俺は貴族だぞ！貴族らしくこの場を乗り切ってみせる！どうやって？市松、お前の服、10万で売ってくれ！
Now I get it.
貴族ってか成金だね。
Oh, you're here.
本当に入っちゃっていいのか？この絨毯めっちゃ高そう。
Settle down, you're supposed to be a pitcher, but you still can't handle the big stage, huh?
あれ？プロ入り確定って言われてる我が県野球界の大スター、島くん？捕まっちゃった。棟梁くん有名人だから。
Putting you aside for a second, but he really didn't need to come.
またそういう言い方。シルビア様に言われたの。今日は素敵なことが起こるから、大事な人はみんな連れてきなさいってお父さんたちは呼んだんだけど来なかった。学生の集まりって聞いて遠慮したんだろうね。
Oh, that would've been awkward!
で、あと大事なお兄ちゃんはもう来てるから、なら残るは棟梁くんかなって。
She's utilizing it.
あら
What the heck, Precious? You've got an adorable little sister. Why don't I give you some pocket money?
しまった。お兄ちゃんやめ。オールくんね。
Man, all these people Sylvia invited were totally nuisances.
だんだんオールの人格分裂が心配になってきた。
But something lovely. Now that.
みんな、今日は忙しい中、来てくれてありがと
Oh,
う。
that's the dress.
美味しいものいっぱい用意したから、楽しんでいってね。
Sylvie quickly concluded her speech and stepped down from the stage. After she entered the room, the buffet-style dinner had convened. The greeting from the guest of honor was thrown.
続きまして、皆様今日を彩る、とびっきりのゲストをご紹介させていただきます。
Called up by the black-suited god, acting as a master of ceremonies. She made her appearance.
マリア・ビショップ。本物かい？写真いいですか？ダメ？すっげえ。さすがお姫様の開くパーティー。ところでマリア・ビショップ。あの顔、どっかで会ったことあるような。
Suddenly a guard just grabs Mother from behind, knocks her out and drags her out the room.
サプライズとしては上々ですね。
Definitely.
もっと驚いてくれないと困るわ。
In a rare turn, Jugasaki was on our side.
この件って、まだトップシークレット？
Yeah, don't spill it.
むずむずする。
It might be out eventually due to a certain someone. So we walked towards the nearby piano. Next, Maria stood on the stage without so much as a single greeting. And then, naturally... The way everyone listened quietly was what made one worthy of the title Diva. It was a beautiful song. Someone with piss-poor music grades like me couldn't possibly evaluate anything to do with pitch or octave, nor even a stantum, but it was beautiful. That was all. I at least have like a somewhat very basic understanding of music. Since I did have to go through that bullshit. Her song was elevated with the support of Sylvie's performance on the piano, which was said to be one of the foremost in the world. It, of course, left an outstanding impact on all of those students as well. For someone who played music like Chika, it was sure to be a good experience. It was something lovely without question. But yeah, I'd never stopped being a Maria Bishop fan, even after discovering her true identity. And her gaze turned this way for an instant. She was looking right at me. Was she thinking this at me? I couldn't be. I was obviously being overly self-conscious. But I was happy. When the song was over, Maria quietly got down from the stage. So we stood up small and they both gave the other a bow. The venue was silent, almost as if everyone had forgotten how to applaud. The students were simply spellbound by the comfortable reverberation that lingered in their earlobes. What spelled the hypnosis we were under was...
Ara.
Aww. It was gentle, but they high-fived. Not the best of etiquette, to be sure. Everyone was so startled that the music instantly faded. Magic instantly faded. We all hurried to clap.
ありがとうございました。皆様、もう一度拍手を。
Oh, sure, one of the performers will say a few words, but there's no way that was happening, given Maria's personality at the risk of her identity being revealed. So she took her leave.
堪能しましたか？
Yeah. Ah!
それはよかった。姫様もずっと楽しみにしておりました。自分と彼女の合作をあなたにお届けするのを。
I see. This performance was directed at me.
愛されてるね、オーロ。結構なことですわ。ちょっと焼けますけど。
That was a wide array of reaction. As for me, I was a little bashful. As much of a happy occurrence as it was.
何でも小さい頃約束なさったそうですね。いつか二人がもっと上手にできるようになったら、その時は二人で、と。市松殿の発案と聞きましたよ。彼女は歌がお上手だから、いつか一緒にと。ええ、それもシルビー様から伺っております。オーロったら自分が言ったのに覚えていないのよ、と。
Oh, I'm sorry. I really had forgotten a bunch of stuff. If I did say so myself.
オーロくんたら昔のことすぐ忘れるもんね。
That's to be expected. We're talking about a decade ago.
大事なことは覚えとこうよ。何気にすごい約束するとかしてるんじゃない？実は昔すでにシルビーと結婚の約束してたとか。
Well, it was nothing that definite. Even though they had made wedding rings.
シルビア様は知らないけど、オーロくんと結婚するって言ってた子ならいたよね。
ああ、恥ずかしいことされたから責任取ってって。
Huh? Was there someone like that?
相馬殿ではないですよね。
違います。確か。恥ずかしいことされたから結婚って。下品な女ね。ダメだ。地味な子だったから名前が出てこない。
That's enough meddling the past. And then...
オーロ
Hey, now you got changed.
仕事はおしまい。ここからは楽しむのがメインだから。
あまり羽目を外しすぎぬよ。
リアちゃんが制服着てるって、何気にレアかも。
か？まあ、寮の中でしか会わねえからな。
It's always like this all the time when I visited the roof, but it was apparently rare for anyone else. You changed too, huh?
あっちの格好じゃ騒ぎになるだろう。
Got changed, huh?
なんだよ。
Wanted to see you dressed that way a little longer. Maria life still held majorly destructive force against me.
諦めろ。シルビー、ここって喫煙室ある？
She wasted absolutely no time picking up the habit.
あったかしら？
ありますが、案内はできません。
ち。
It would obviously be awful if they let her smoke in her uniform.
シルビア様。シルビーでいいったら。私、感動しました。
Chica took a step forward.
ありがとう。私、もう一度音楽始めてみます。もう一度、ルッコやマシラ先輩と話して、バンド組み直して、続けてみたいって思いました。
チエカちゃん。
Beside her, our childhood friend's eyes started to water. I was glad, thanks to this, I could hold back the feelings that welled up inside me. I would make for a pathetic brother if I cried with others watching. The feeling of that deep pain that once pierced my heart being lifted was enough to move me to tears. And then...
さあ。手間が省けたわ。手間？でも、この後は付き合ってね。出し物の時間、ちゃんと取ってあるんだから。出し物って。
こちらです。どうぞ。
Elle escorted 3 girls towards us. Chica and Torio both went wide-eyed. As did I! Huh? Whoops, said Serena. Chica's friends.
川本瑠璃子殿、真白木かなえ殿、宮山沙織殿、バンドメンバーは4人でよろしかったですね。
はい。
The 3 of them seemed very nervous. I mean, yeah, they were ordinary girls. I bet they would be terrified after being called to a foreign country's consulate out of nowhere.
この後は4人で演奏よ。さあ、みんな準備して。はい。
The 3 nodded, seeming to have been told this in advance, and, Chica was startled by the news.
喜んでくれてよかった。サプライズ大成功。どうなってるの？ホールくん！
Don't ask me, this is news to me too!
あら？オーラには言ってなかったかしら？
You didn't. But if I really gave it some thought, the way Sylvie seemed to know about the band, and even though I hadn't told her, it did feel out of place. Like I only knew Ruku, Mashira, and Miyama, those nicknames, but Sylvie knew their full names. I assumed she must have been planning this for quite some time.
じゃあ、オーラにもサプライズね。それじゃあ、行きましょうか、ちえかちゃん。メイクの準備はできてるから。待って。
The other 2 band members aside, even Miyama, the vocalist, who had dropped out of the band, had come to the party. She seemed a bit uncomfortable, which made me assume there was still some bad blood there. But...
そりゃ来るよ。シルビア王女が直々に家に来て頼むんだよ。音楽の世界じゃ神様みたいな人が。
シルビーってそんなにすごいん？年齢から見たピアノ界の功績では、世界でも10種に入りますわ。
大したもんだ。
You're gone in the world of vocalists yourself, though.
また一緒にやってくれるの？
まあ、勝手に飛び出して、私も悪かったと思ってるし、新しいとこと並行とかできなくはないし。
そっか。ありがとう、ミヤマ。
さあ、メイクです。こちらへ。はい。
The 4 girls followed after Elle. Sylvie, you really did it, huh? This was a bigger surprise than I could have
言っ
imagined.
たでしょ？私のオールは世界一かっこいいの。 過去まで含めてうまくいかなかったことなんてないんだから。
That was quite a high hurdle for me to jump over, but I was happy and immensely grateful to her. The biggest thorn in my heart had been
お
removed.
姫様はやることが派手だよな。
でも大抵こっちにもおもろいことになるよね。そういう才能は見習いたいわ。お姉様がいれば皆さん幸せになる。これがお姉様の一番の才能ですわ。
Agreed. Could assert as much as the person she had made happiest. Sylvia-Route, my girlfriend, was the kind of girl who brought everyone around her happiness.
そんなことないわ。もし私にそんな才能があるなら、きっとオーラが私にいつも楽しいをくれるからよ。
Sylvie flashed me her usual brilliant smile. Her expression made the rest of us smile and kind. Sylvie was surrounded by smiles, same as ever.
なあ、ところでオロ、シエカちゃん大丈夫かな？
Now she mentioned it. Oh, she's ridiculously nervous. I wonder if she'll be able to put on a good performance considering how surprising all of this was for her.
そうなの？大変。でも、彼女ってキーボードよね。
Yeah. It was a piano-like instrument that made electronic sound.
手伝ってくるわ。私実はクラシックだけじゃなくて、軽音楽というのもやってみたかったな。
She had it backstage. Wasn't adding Sylvie to the mix make Chieko even more nervous? Ah, well, it would all work out somehow. I would look forward to finding out what sort of blissful time she would create next. What sort of golden time awaited us?
さあみんな、準備はいい？いきなり演奏ってだけで緊張なのに、シルビア様となんて。
I'm down, Chieko!
でも、一生の思い出になります。私もいい思い出になるわ。日本に来て初めてのことがまた一つ。これでもういくつ目かしら。オーロと出会ってからもう数えきれないほど。オーロがいればこのまま永遠に続きそうよ。ね、相馬くん。
ああ。
いくよ。ワン、ツー。
Is this ending credits or is this just... No. So the after credit scene is literally just like after they finish playing. Okay, so this is the after credit scene is already somewhat bland.
お疲れ様。
Performance was over.
楽しかった
And Sylvie came back. Good job out
ー。あ
there.
りがとう、オーラ。
We brought along
いい
drinks.
感じだったじゃん。レベル高かったな。あいつらこれからどうすんだ？
さあ、今日一日という約束でしたので、あとは彼女たち次第ですが。
はーん。
次の推しで女子バンドグループなんてどうだろう？
難しいと思いますよ。やり尽くされてて。まあ、社長がおっしゃるなら、声をかけてみますが。
楽させてもらえそうだな。
皆様、ご歓談中とは思いますが、ここで一旦席の配置を変更させていただきます。続いてダンスタイムの準備となります。ご協力をお願いします。
ダンスだって。学生主体のパーティーに必要かとも思いましたが、学園には社交ダンス部もございますしね。いいわね。踊りましょうか、オーラ。はは、そりゃ残酷だわ、シルビー。
そこそこレベルの高いダンスタイムになるわ。ズブの素人を入れたら、パートナーのあなたも恥をかきますよ。
いいじゃないの。私たちが楽しければ。ほら、行きましょう、オーラ。
Don't just take his
What?
fucking eyes away. We know what he looks like.
なんで？あらあら、お上手じゃありませんの。
大したものです。
Sylvie took the lead as I timed my steps with hers.
あら、慣れてるのね。
Actually,
いいねいいね、市松。今日はちゃんとできてるよ。
thanks a bunch, senpai. Bowed my head to the upperclassmen passing nearby. My upperclassmen from the ballroom dancing club. Actually, I've been spending all my time in the ballroom dancing club as part of my expert planning course recently.
そうなの？全然知らなかった。
Although I said recently, it had only been 2 weeks since I decided to aim to be a diplomat. It had been a while since the last session due to the winter break, so I was glad I hadn't gotten rusty.
どうして言ってくれなかったの？
It wouldn't have made for much of a surprise if I had.
なるほど。
Honestly, I should have done something to further my goal of becoming a diplomat for the expert planning course, but I really needed to step up my dancing game if I was going to be paired up with a princess. I should act cool while the times that called for it. I should act cool during the times that called for it most.
ダンスするなら、服はドレスのままの方が良かったかしら。
Nothing wrong with doing it in your uniform, is there? Both looked great on her anyway.
そうね。オーラといる時の私は、プリンセスシルビアじゃない。一人の女の子、シルビアだものね。
You don't need to think about it that
あ
hard.
ら、大事なことよ。王女様でない私を知ってるのは、オーラだけなんだもの。
Yeah. Hey, Sylvie.
なに？
Still got a long ways to go to be your partner. I'm definitely not suited for the role at all.
そんなことないわよ。
It's okay, that's how I feel. But that's exactly why I'll work hard. I'll never run away again. I've been genuinely pathetic during that incident over summer break. Chica's band at the baseball club. I still wish I could make it, all of it, right again. To turn away and run from it all had been pathetic. Things would be difficult going forward. I know I'd keep on acting like my coolest self. This is my golden time. When I need to push forward most, I will. I believe that's what this time was meant for. So please, stay by my side just like you are now. Since I wouldn't run away.
なに？急に。言われなくても、私はずっとオーラの隣にいるわ。オーラにまた出会えたあの瞬間から、今日まで、そして、きっとこれからも。すべてが私のゴールデンタイムよ。
やられたわ。まったく、庶民のくせに。何よ、嬉しそうに。
いや、ずっとこの光景を夢見てたから。小さい頃出会った男の子とお姫様は、大きくなったら再会して、そしていつまでも幸せに暮らしましたとさ。それで俺は、最後にこう言う。めでたしめでたし。
Diplomatic relations, achievement unlocked. That... The image for that achievement is clearly taken from a sex scene. Just saying. Golden time? Oh, I assume that's Ria's route. Like, if I go in here, it's not gonna, like, magically show me a selection for Ria's route. I actually have to select the golden time sticker. Not sticker. Anyways, I'm just gonna stay on here because turns out the fucking menu itself is actually enough for YouTube to decide, hey, that's the opening. No money. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. It did get better near the end. However, the fucking pain it put me through is still gonna put it as my least favorite route. So, yeah, get fucked. I like Sylvie. The route can go fuck itself. Like, the route is far behind Reina's, Akane's, Els and Reina's. Sylvie the character isn't that far behind Reina and L. That makes sense. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and next time we'll be going on to the finale. Potentially. Apparently there's like, after you do Ria's route, if you do Sylvie's route again, there's like a scene that gets added at some point. According to something I've like roughly glanced at one point. So, someone do please explain what the fuck that is about. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye-bye.